We would like to welcome you all to today's webinar. We really look forward to engaging with you around quality management principles and concepts. We hope to be able to answer any questions you may have related to quality management, and we look forward to the discussion at the end of the webinar, where we'll be able to talk about what quality may look like for the network in the near to distant future. We have the NCPN network management team has been working with Fatima and Irene to prepare for this webinar and set it up for everyone. So we greatly appreciate you taking time out of your day to attend, and we are excited to spend the next few hours with you. As we mentioned before, please feel free to use the chat throughout the webinar to engage with other participants, to engage with myself, Steve, the leads, Fatima, Irene, or any of the presenters. We will be checking the chat periodically throughout the webinar. So please feel free to use that as a method for engaging with us. Also, I just want to note that we will be periodically updating the chat with the link to the Google document and refreshing some of the links to other documents that we may be accessing throughout the webinar. So please keep in mind to continually check the chat even if you aren't actively using it throughout. And with that being said, I want to open it up to see if I missed anything in the intro, and if I didn't, I'll pass it over to Fatima and Irene, who will present an overview on what we will be covering today.
Hi, everyone. Just want to make sure that you all will, are seeing my presentation right now.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So hi, my name is Fatima Osman, and I am one of the co-leaders with Irene Lavaji for this National Quality Management, NCPN Quality Management Initiative. We'd like to thank everyone for participating in this webinar. I guess, you know, in the situation with the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody is, you know, enjoying seeing each other on the WebEx format. So we'll be giving you an overview of the Quality Management Initiative and how it all started and what's the purpose of this webinar and the possible, you know, future steps. So as we all know in NCPN, the quality underpins all aspects of the operation in our network, not only the diagnostics, therapeutics, foundation collection, distribution, but also the administration part. When talking about our NCPN centers, quality ultimately impacts all the robustness of how clean plant centers and programs and how the network as a whole is managed, whether it's governance, staffing, facilities, quality, or even resource management. So for the last 10 years, we're spent in establishing the network and providing resources for basic operations. Now there's a need to assess the quality of NCPN products and processes, both within the centers at the commodity level as on the whole network as a whole. So as NCPN centers mature, there's a need to approach quality and advance it on a conceptual level by developing a clear quality plan, above all maintaining the identity of NCPN and fitting its mission. So creating a clear understanding of what quality can and cannot do in the various level of NCPN centers in over 30 different locations is very essential. One must keep in mind, as you see here on the map, that NCPN centers are very diverse and differ in their capacity. So to avoid the one-size-fits-all approach, there's a critical need to create this common quality plan that would be both flexible and scalable, meaning that individual NCPN centers can choose from the quality plan what parts they really are applicable to their own processes. And this quality plan will provide the format for these centers so that they can improve their products or processes. So to be able to you know go through the steps to start this quality plan, we'll be giving you a historical background or perspective on how we got there and what are the efforts that took place in the past years. We also will discuss the future steps and the directions that might take place to create such quality program. And we'll also discuss the purpose of creating the quality plan and what are our expectations, recognizing that to reach a comprehensive program that is adaptable to this diverse nature of the network will need to develop a very network-wide effort to be able to produce this plan. We also will talk about the expected outcomes for this webinar. So the quality of the NCPN supported clean centers are emphasized through the strategic plan, and I believe that Eric will go through this part thoroughly, where NCPN quality appears as an overarching and wide-ranging concept that includes labs, foundation, administration, management, and communication, and others. So this wide-ranging quality concept articulated in the NCPN strategic plan gave rise to the creation of this NCPN quality initiative. So it has gone through 2 phases already, and we're currently preparing for phase 3, which is the future phase 3. Just to give you a brief perspective, phase 1 was an assessment of past and current efforts and evaluation of needs and roadmap for the future. It all happened, oops, that's not cooperating, okay. It all happened in the first NCPN supported workshop on quality. It took place in Riverside back in June of 2019, where NCPN centers, directors, managers, and stakeholders began their engagement in an analysis of what quality means for the NCPN. This is the time when we used to have a face-to-face meeting, so hopefully it will happen soon. So the participants took part, a series of talks introduced the meeting participant to key concept and principle of quality management and existing accreditation programs. Catherine Birch, who's also a presenter in this webinar from USDA APHIS, also led the group in a very engaging hands-on activity. I guess everybody enjoyed that, designed to illustrate some common practice and advantage of quality management. The participants shared information on quality management in their own centers. Also, some directors of NCPN centers that have already begun implementing a quality management system provided an overview of the status of their own quality in their setting. The final day of the meeting, a smaller group of participants drafted a roadmap recognizing action items for the future, such as organizing training workshops, drafting NCPN-centric standards for quality, but also emphasizing to maintain the NCPN identity and fitting its mission. So I guess, Irene, you'll talk about phase 2.
Okay, hello everyone. As Fatima introduced me, my name is Irene Lavaji-Craddock, and I'm one of the leads of this initiative of the NCPN Quality Initiative. And so Fatima talked to you about the historical perspective and how we got to the end of phase 1 and how the outcomes of phase 1 were then the objective of phase 2. And so the objectives and efforts of phase 2 included the establishment of an ongoing NCPN Quality Steering Committee, creating a working group to draft NCPN-centric standards, coordinating quality management training sessions in Beltsville, and one happened in December 2019. Then some members were also invited by the NPDN team to participate in an external auditors workshop in Puerto Rico, which happens to be one of the NCPN citrus centers. And the last objective that we had was an in-person meeting, which was originally supposed to happen now in June in Riverside. Well, it's the webinar. That's what happened. So next slide, please. Okay, so with the steering committee, a steering committee was created. And this steering committee, these are the members. You recognize John DeGrassa, Maher, Bob Martin. So we have some of the well-experienced center directors from different commodities. And then we have members of NCPN lead, Eric Rudich and David Procrim. And then we have members of USDA APHIS, Patrick Scheel, and as a support, Fatima and I and Sarah are there to support and are part of the steering committee. So this steering committee is primarily tasked with developing a prioritized plan to best leverage and coordinate NCPN efforts on quality for enhancing the adoption of clean plans. It covers various aspects of quality, cutting across standards development, training, and other aspects. So the duties include defining what quality is to NCPN, developing an NCPN-specific quality program adhering to the unique mission of NCPN, taking ownership of the quality aspect as per NCPN strategic plan, be the body to report to Tier 1 in matters related to quality, network with other NCPN special initiative groups, suggest training on specific aspects of quality, and work with NCPN Tier 2 of different commodities to draft NCPN crop-specific standards. Next slide, please. Another objective, as we said, was to create a working group to draft NCPN-centric standards. And these are the members. And this ad hoc working group was established as a result of the first quality workshop, which defined the creation of such a working group as one of the main action items. The members were invited based on the interest they expressed to represent larger and smaller centers and different commodities. And interestingly enough, as we continued our work, other people expressed an interest to participate and join this ad hoc working group. The modus operandi of this ad hoc working group has been via remote working virtual platforms to review, assess, and evaluate initially the available standards. So what's out there, what can we take? And then develop standards that are applicable to NCPN that include not only the testing and diagnostics portion, but capture all of NCPN processes and activities such as introductions, therapy, distribution components. This group has made significant strides in completing the first draft, largely because they really work together in an organic manner in real time through live sessions. Next slide, please. And so this is still phase 2. And another aspect of phase 2, as we said, was to coordinate quality management training session for NCPN members. We have alluded to these 2 workshops before, to these 2 training sessions. The first that took place in Beltsville in December 2019. And the Beltsville training also included an auditor's component where participants were involved in evaluating mock lab activities and practice their compliance to the standards. And then in February 2020, the other exercise happened, which was a number of NCPN members took part in an NPDN external auditors workshop in Ponce, Puerto Rico, where the University of Puerto Rico NCPN Citrus Center is located. And the last objective, as we said, for this phase 2 was the in-person meeting, which became the webinar. So why the webinar? As we said, because of COVID. The expected webinar outcomes include to identify NCPN members to participate in the network's quality-related efforts, such as creating ad hoc quality teams, to educate participants on quality concepts and principles. You will hear talks from 2 centers that have adopted some standards, and to share the need and value of quality across NCPN centers and share the overall vision for quality for the network. Next slide, please. So look into the future, what's next? And here's where we share with you our thoughts really and vision of what the next phase may look like and include. That is the development of an NCPN system-wide quality program. What does that mean? So an NCPN quality program should be inclusive. The way we see it should be inclusive, aiming to develop a plan, an NCPN quality goal standards for labs, foundations, networking, governance, and management and administration. The whole network effort would be achieved by creating different ad hoc teams. We refer to these teams several times now, tasked with different aspects of quality. The standards developed by the NCPN network should be voluntary, locally applicable, attainable, and scalable. They should not be a requirement. They should be aspirational, exciting. They should be giving you the freedom to be interested in them and applying what makes sense to your center. They should not be roadblocks for your center. And as per NCPN tradition, feedback from all NCPN centers to assess interest levels in quality, desires, and the needs for lab quality training programs, the benefits of adopting quality at their level would be a continuous exercise that would allow a quality program to be in touch with the realities and the needs of the people it serves. In that respect, we will leave you with some questions to ponder and start the conversation, because this really would be the NCPN initiative. This is not Fatima or I telling you what we think. This is the network coming to us with what they need and how can we help. And so some of the questions may include, we need to think about, is quality an individual effort or a team effort or both? How should we pursue NCPN quality initiatives? Should quality become a national network endeavor? Do we need a plan, a roadmap to help us, to help direct us? And what have our centers programs done so far? How can we assure that our program is inclusive, practical, and scalable? Are there partnering opportunities with entities outside of NCPN? How far can NCPN go with quality? What might quality look like in NCPN? And so these are questions that we thought it would make sense to share with you now at the beginning. And we're planting the seed, and we'd like you to bear those in mind as you go through training and as you listen to the different concepts that are explained to you, so that we can return to them at a later stage. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, Fatima, did you want to make a comment before we move on?
No, I just wanted to let everybody know that we're not going to do a very formal introduction, as we decided it will take forever. We have close to 70 participants. So again, to reiterate, just go to the Google document, and I will actually update everything and send a list, maybe an Excel sheet to everybody's emails if they choose to.
Okay, great, thank you. And with that, we're going to move on to the next part of the agenda. And please feel free to post in the chat if you are generating or starting to formulate any questions. We'll provide an opportunity for addressing questions a little bit later. But in the meantime, if you have a burning question that you want to make sure gets captured, please feel free to add one to the chat. And with that, we're going to pass it over to Kathy Birch, who will begin her presentation on quality management principles and concepts.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can see my slide. Is that showing up?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. My name is Kathy Birch, and I've got my email here if you want to contact me in case some of your questions don't get answered. I wanted to share with you a little bit of my history, because throughout my 33 years of government service, I have worked in all realms of quality, and I kind of want to share that with you, along with what the difference of quality control, quality assurance, and quality management are. As for my background, I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, a teaching certificate from Brigham Young University. I received my Master of Science in Quality Assurance from Southern Polytechnic State University, and I'm currently a certified quality auditor for the American Society of Quality. So I started my career with USDA in 1987. I worked as an agricultural marketing for the Agricultural Marketing Service, which is plants in Central Florida. And this was my introduction to quality control. At this facility, we had to ensure that the product that was being produced, their juice, that it actually met the standards of their contracts and of the Florida Citrus Code before they were allowed to release and distribute their product for sale. So that's quality control. You're checking to make sure that the product is what it says it is. In 1992, I began work in quality assurance, and I was a quality assurance chemist for the pesticide residue analysis in Gulfport, Mississippi. And this is when I moved to work with APHIS. And in quality assurance, it was my job to ensure that the quality and control practices that we had in place at the lab were actually working. And this is where I started the wonderful world of internal audits. I did a lot of internal audits to make sure that everything we said we did was being done. And I did a lot of data review as well to make sure that the data we were sending out to our customers was accurate. Then in 2000, I became part of what was then CFIST. It's now called Science and Technology, S&T. I became part of their initial quality management initiative, and I was a member of their newly organized quality management unit. And in quality management, this is where we put all the quality activities together and demonstrated that we could successfully adhere to a quality management standard. And the standards we chose were the ISO 9001 and the ISO 17025, but there's hundreds and hundreds of standards. During my career, I've had the privilege to help 5 of the S&T laboratories implement a quality management system and get either certified or accredited to their standard of choice. I've also worked with some groups outside of S&T, and I'm especially grateful I've had the relationship with the NCPN and helped them on their STAR-D initiative. I helped them prepare the initial draft of the standard and many of their template documents, and I think I've participated in most, if not all, of their gap audits and auditing exercises. I'm not really sure anymore, and auditor trainings and their accreditation audits. So it's been really great. And I will say, as of February 29th, 2020, 4 months ago, I am no longer a federal employee, so I retired, and I have been enjoying my new world of retirement ever since. So when you see USDA APHIS by my name, that's not really accurate anymore. Just wanted to let you know. So to get started, I know you were given my presentation ahead of time, at least I think you were. I don't know if anyone really looked at it or saw this little puzzle, but I'm just going to give you like 10 or 15 seconds to try to solve this to the best of your ability. I know some of you might have seen it before, so don't shout it out. But yeah, see what you can do with this for the next couple of seconds. So, not to waste a lot of time, but I'm going to show you the answer. And I want you to look at the answers going across. They're probably not much of a surprise to you. You can see all of these kids and animals and bugs biting. Okay, that's probably not a surprise. But what I want you to look at is the answers going down. Okay, 1 down, insects that sting. Those are bees. Organs of vision, those are your eyes. Big brothers do it to little sisters, they tease. And without effort is ease. And the point of this exercise was to help you start thinking outside of the box. None of these answers are difficult. You just have to look at them in a different way. And that's really what quality management is all about. Nothing involved in it is difficult. You're probably doing most or all of it now, but you have to look at things in a different way. And you're going to take things you do and you're going to see how it can meet the requirements of a standard. So it's a different way of thinking sometimes, but I know it's nothing that you can't accomplish. So my goal during this presentation is to share with you the basics of quality management. Just to tell you this up front is, as we talk about different topics of quality management, Fatima and Irene referred to this web workshop we did. It was a 3-day quality management workshop that I helped the NPDN develop and deliver. And it's a great workshop. I would hope if you ever have the opportunity, you would attend. But each thing we talk about today probably had 45 minutes to an hour and a half of its own in that workshop. And I'm going to probably spend 2 to 3 minutes on each topic. So I hope you realize you're not getting everything. You're just getting a really big overview of what's involved with quality management. And I want you to think of it kind of like an iceberg. You know, you have the little piece of the iceberg above the water, and you have all that big iceberg underneath. So I am giving you the very, very to explore more, find out more. So, oh, and also during my presentation, I am okay if anyone has a question and they want to unmute and ask it, because I know it's difficult when you have a question and you have to wait a long time. You might forget it, or it might not make sense to ask it anymore. So I'm okay with being interrupted. I cannot see when hands are up or anything, so you can raise your hand and one of the facilitators can get to you, or you can unmute and ask your question, whatever's most comfortable. Okay, so let's get started. The secret to quality management is right here. If you understand this, you are like way ahead of so many people. It's 4 little simple phrases, and you don't have to worry about memorizing it now, because I know by the time we're finished, you will have it memorized. But it's say what you do what you say, prove it, and improve it. And that is the secret to a good quality management system. So let's start with a definition. What is quality management? And it's the coordinated activities to direct and control an organization with regard to quality, with the goal of continual improvement. But what does that really mean? What are the activities in a lab that direct and control an organization with regard to quality? Well, you have obvious things like your technical processes and procedures, maybe your quality control procedures, your quality assurance practices, but some things you might not be thinking of is training. Does training have anything to do with quality? Yes, it does. How about customer satisfaction, customer perception, customer complaints? Does any of that have to do with quality of your product? Documentation, security, resource management. There is a lot of things that get enveloped under the umbrella of quality management. So quality management, things that need to be considered when developing a quality management system. And these are the 7 basic foundational principles of a quality management system. And I'm going to spend just a few minutes discussing them. Customer focus. A good quality management system is centered around customer requirements, customer satisfaction, and customer perception. So the customer may not always be right, but the customer always thinks that they're right. And sometimes there's training that has to take place to help a customer understand why what you're doing is the right thing, or why the result is a certain way. So you need to have a focus on your customer. Leadership involvement, responsibility, and accountability for the quality management system is essential. It will not succeed without the buy-in and support of leadership. However, saying that, the engagement of people at all levels of the organization is necessary. Everyone has to be involved with quality management. So you need the leaders to provide the resources, the money, the people, the time to develop your system, but you also need everyone involved in the laboratory to support quality management effort, or it will not be successful. This cannot be mandated from the top down. Everyone has to be involved. Quality management looks at things as a process approach, and this just means if you look at everything you do, the output of one step is the input of another step, and et cetera, and so on and so on. And so things that are done here affect things that are here, and things that are here, and things that are here. So the process approach provides control of each individual process, but also between the interactions of all your processes. For organizations to maintain current levels of performance and to respond to changing conditions, continual improvement is necessary. You cannot maintain a certain level and never change because things around you are changing. Evidence-based decision-making, facts, evidence, and data analysis lead to greater objectivity and confidence in decisions that are made. You need to have a reason for making a decision, and it needs to be documented as opposed to just what someone feels like that day. And relationship management. And no, quality management is not a dating site. Interested parties, such as your suppliers, your customers, and setting out a plan to manage them. And this will drive sustained success. So I want to give you an example how all these things come together into a unified quality management system. Has anyone ever heard of a Hershey bar? And I'm just assuming you're all saying, yes, 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 I have, because I can't hear you. But would anyone like to unmute and actually describe a Hershey bar to everyone else? Okay, that's okay. I'll show you one. Hopefully you can see this. I can't see myself, so I'm not sure where the camera is, but hopefully you see this Hershey bar. And why is it that every Hershey bar made will be exactly the same? They're all going to be the same dimension. They're all going to have the same number. Little squares divided just the same. Why is it that no matter where you buy it, it's going to be the same? And that's because Hershey has a fully functioning quality management system. It does not matter if the most experienced operator on day shift created this candy bar, or if the newest trained person on third shift is making this candy bar, it will be the same. They use the same instructions. They use the same calibrated equipment. They use the same ingredients. They're trained. They have quality control. These will always be the same. They're systematically made, and that's the point of quality management. You want everything to be able to be the same regardless of who is the technician driving the process. And normally when I present this, I have one of these for all of you. So I'm really sorry that I have to eat them all. So I'll be sorry when I step on the scale more, but I want you to think about that. And there's other things too, that they are always the same no matter when you get them. And that's quality management. That's the goal. Systematic consistency. So does this look familiar? Because I told you you're going to see it again. Let's get started and talk about an effective quality management system. And we're going back to our pillars of quality. Step number 1. Say what you do. What does this even mean? It means you have to document your processes. Oh no, you're saying I have to actually write them down. And yes, that is what it means. Of course, the documentation can be on paper, see all these lovely notebooks, or it can be electronic format. It's totally up to you. You get to choose how you document your processes, but they do need to be documented. Now, I like this cartoon. I want you to take a few seconds to actually look at it and think about what is it saying to you about documenting your processes. Someone have a question? So, oh, okay. So to me, this cartoon is just common sense, right? You have this little kid, well, young man, I guess he's not a little kid. He's straight out of college and he's looking at this very complex.
still approaching me in the wrong way. إذا بدك تبلشي تقولي أنت بتعمل هيك وأنا بعمل هيك قدام البنت.
And he's looking at this very complex software, right? And his natural question, where's the documentation? Because he doesn't know what to do with it. And then you've got these two more experienced gentlemen, and they're just looking at each other like, he's just finished college. Of course he wants documentation. That's not important. So you need to think about You know, I'm sure a lot of you have been in your job a long time and the things you do are just like second nature and you can do them with your eyes closed, but not everyone's that way. And people retire, they quit, they get sick, they move on to another job. You need to make sure that whoever comes in to do your job has the ability to do it. And don't take for granted because you know it, that everyone will. And that's the importance of documentation. We want everyone doing the job the same way. Okay, so I have to write things down, bummer, but what does this documentation actually look like in a quality management system? So before we talk about that, you need to understand the different levels of documents that we're going to be dealing with within a quality management system. And by the way, you're going to see this pyramid a lot when you delve into the world of quality management. So you might begin to think that you're in Egypt looking at all these pyramids, but this is actually a very common thing, and it's the documentation pyramid. And at the top, we have the quality manual. It defines the policy. This document doesn't change that often unless you have a change in your policy, obviously, but it's very broad policy statements. Then you have procedures. This defines who, what, when of the process. How are we going to implement the statements that are in our policy statement? Then we have work instructions and blank forms, and this is the how-to for a procedure. Usually, you know, if you have a complicated procedure with a lot of steps, you're going to want this in a work instruction where people can first and then move this lever and then do this and that. It's very specific. These work instructions can be in any format, like a flow chart, a written document, a picture, a graph, whatever it takes to have someone understand what has to be done. And blank forms also fall into this category. Those are essentially work instructions where you would fill in the blanks. So blank forms are also documents. And then we have records. Now records, they provide current and historic evidence that a process has taken place, proof that your system works. And these are like forms that are completed because you've got data in there. So they're no longer a document, now they're a record. Internal audits, those what you say you'll do, or if there is an issue that it was taken care of and fixed. So records provide us the evidence that we need to show, to prove that we're doing what we say we do. So we stated earlier that we have to document our processes, but what processes exactly must be documented? Well, here's a list of some basic requirements that are needed, and by needed, I do mean documented, for any quality management system, regardless of the system that's followed. They're going to include these specific documents. And we're going to talk about some of these requirements of these individual, we're going to talk about what's required for each of these requirements throughout the presentation. And here again, I want you to remember that quality management iceberg. We're going to talk about a very few things, like I might have 1 or 2 slides for each of these. And we would normally delve into it for an hour in our workshop. So there's so much more than what you're going to hear today, but I want you to get the basics. And also, just as a, you know, this list, there's 7 bullets, and I just don't want that to be, to fool you. It's a short list, but this last bullet, technical processes and procedures, that includes all things necessary to ensure the integrity of your final result. You know, your validation procedures, your training, your instrument and equipment calibration and maintenance procedures, your chain of custody procedures, your reporting of results, your quality control procedures, your resource management procedures, all of that stuff. So, you know, that includes a lot. Okay, so we're going to start with document control. And first, the definition of a document. A document can be any information or instructions in any format or medium if they have direct bearing or affect the quality of your products or results. Documents include not only the items we discussed in that quality pyramid, if you remember, the quality manual, policies, procedures, instructions, worksheets, forms, but documents also include equipment manuals, international standards and regulations, organizational charts, guides, posters, posted instructions, reference documents, and external documents. Excuse me. And all of these documents need to be controlled. Now, why do you think it's important to control your documents? Does it matter? Why should it matter? Well, I'm going to show you a very short video about the pitfalls of not controlling your documents. So let's take a look and see if any of this rings a bell with you.
Just real quick, Kathy. Kathy, can you pause that for 1 second, please?
Yeah,
so just go ahead and unshare for a moment. And then what I want you to do is when you go back into reshare, you'll see a thing that says optimized for text and images and one that says optimized for motion and video. If you could please change that to motion and video when you share that, we'll have a much better experience for sharing that video, please.
Okay, where am I seeing this?
So perfect. So right in the bottom where you have your icons, you have the box with the arrow pointing up, which is where you share.
Yeah.
Okay. In the very top of that box, it says share content and it says optimize for text and images and optimize for motion and video.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Change that. And then when you go back to your presentation, just go back to the text and images again.
Drivers.
Say that again, please, Kathy.
It says I have to install audio drivers.
Ah, rat. Okay.
Were you not seeing that video very well?
It was choppy, so it was going to be.
Bummer.
You have that
Steve,
on. Is it in the Google Drive? I can pull it up. It is. Okay. Give me 1 second. Sorry, everyone. Just want to make sure we've got this the best experience. Let's see. I see the PowerPoint. I don't see the video.
Oh, I sent it like right after our testing session on Tuesday. I sent it to Fatima, I think.
It's embedded. I think the video is embedded in her
It's
PowerPoint.
embedded.
So if you just
Got
open
it.
the PowerPoint, yeah.
Perfect.
It's in the folder with all the PowerPoints. Kathy Birch. Yeah.
Got it. Perfect. Give me 1 second.
So while Steve is getting the video, I would like to remind everyone to maybe write your name in this chat so that I can update the attendance or the participation in this webinar. Some people wanted to get like the Google document is in view mode. We can't adjust this. So if you can just write your name on the chat and we can update.
The Google document, so anyone can access the Google document. I have just altered the settings. Anybody can edit. So now anybody with the link can even edit. They can even add whether, yes, yeah.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, no worries,
Just
sorry.
name as well. It's a good thing to have both. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. Give me 1 moment and I will just share that right now. Here we go. Perfect.
That's just, yeah, that doesn't actually have the video in it. That's just the picture.
Sorry, everyone.
Okay, well, we will just have to skip our video, but we will get it sent out. Oops, no.
There you go.
We'll get it sent out to everyone because I hate to show it if it's not good. Uh-oh, now I got to get back to where I was, sorry. I'm not the most technical person. Share. And I think I was asked to turn off my camera, right? You need me to do that for audio purposes?
Yeah, just for time to time. That way, every once in a while your audio is clipping. So this will just help when you're not showing something visually, but we certainly want to see those Hershey bars when you're showing those. So, and we certainly want those all sent out to everybody.
Yeah, we'll get this video sent out. Okay, let's see here. So let me just, this is a real cute video. It shows some of the issues of when you don't control your documents, how you're using different documents in meetings and people aren't working off the same version, and we'll get it out to you guys. I'm sorry it doesn't work well there. But talking about controlling documents. So what are the document control requirements? Documents need to be uniquely identified. They need to be numbered in some way. The NCPN has a nice, unique numbering system, which I know they've shared with the NCPN, but you don't have to use the same one. You can make up your own, or each lab can have their own, but they do need to be unique. Amendments and revisions to documents must be clearly identified. If someone's using a document and it's changed, you don't want them to have to read the whole 10-page document to know what changed. There needs to be a way you can say, oh, you know, paragraph 2 was changed slightly, so that's all they have to read to know what's been changed. Documents must be authorized for use by someone with proper authority. You get to define who has the proper authority to authorize your documents. You just have to follow that once you define it. Documents have to be readily available to those who use them. What does that mean? Is it every individual person have to have their private copy of a document? Maybe, if that's what you think you need at your lab. Can they be put on a server where anyone with a computer can access them? Maybe, if that's what you want to do at your lab. You get to define how that is achieved, but they have to be readily available to people who need them. That's the requirement, and then you get to decide how to meet that requirement. Obsolete documents will be archived. So once a document's no longer used, you just don't get to throw it away. It becomes a record. It's no longer a document because it's not the most current version of the document. It's not what's currently being used, but it's a record of what you did in the past. And when you watch that video at the very end, they take this poor old outdated document into this room with a big light, like he's walking into heaven. That's where he's getting archived and going from a document to a record, just so you know when you watch that. Documents will be periodically reviewed to ensure accuracy and applicability to the work that you're performing. Just because a document is accurate when you write it doesn't mean in 6 months or 9 months or a year it's still accurate. Things change and you have to periodically review things to make sure that they're still correct. So just for a quick little memory check here, make sure no one's sleeping on me, or at least not everyone's sleeping on me. Who can tell me, and you can unmute yourself if you want, what are the 4 pillars of quality management? Anybody? Y'all giving me crickets. Let's see.
Say what you're gonna do.
Yes.
One else.
You say
Yes. Then what do? You have to
prove that you did it,
you did it.
then improve it,
Everyone's going to have this
and improve it. Yeah.
by the time we get done with this. But yes, this is our pillars of quality. So we're back to our pillar. We discussed say what you do. We discussed documenting your processes. Now we're moving on to step 2. Do what you say. So your reaction might be, are you kidding me? We've written down our processes. Why aren't we done? Why do we actually have to follow them? Yes, you can laugh at that, but because it sounds easy, of course we wrote them down. Of course we're going to follow them, but this is often, out of all the steps, one of the most difficult for people to grasp. And well, not grasp, I understand it, but it's one of the most difficult for people to do. And I'll tell you why. Because when people begin to write down processes, things that as if they're in a utopian world where money's not an object, people aren't an object, time is not an object, let's just write it down. how we need to do it, you know, whatever equipment we need to buy, that doesn't matter. Let's just write it down how it's supposed to be. But then they go back to performing it just like they always did. So you have this this unbalance, and they need to be the same. So you need to decide, is what I'm writing down in a perfect world really required? If it is, you need to change what you're doing. If what I'm doing right now, perfectly acceptable, if it is, then that's what you want to write down. They have to match. And you must write down how we do things and not how we should do things. But I will also caution you, if something you should do is really important and you're not doing it, then you need to change what you're doing because you need to do it correctly. But this is a hard step. It's one little phrase and it sounds easy, but it's a difficult step. So going back to our pillar of quality on this step 3, prove it. So there are several ways to accomplish prove it. And prove it really means we're going to prove through evidence that we are following our processes. We're following the requirements of the standard that we chose to follow, and we're following the requirements of our internal processes. That's what we're proving under prove it. And these are the 4 most common ways that you prove you're following your processes, and they're the 4 we're going to discuss today. And like I said, remember the iceberg, we are scratching the surface of what's involved with these things. There is so much more. So, but I hope this helps you want to explore more. So I don't know, is there anyone here young enough to not know that this is what we used to listen to music on? Records, right? And we're going to talk about records. Okay, the official definition of a record is any material that provides proof of a compliance with the quality system and evidence that a specified activity has been performed. So we're going to contrast that, as we learned earlier about documentation. A document is information or instructions that have direct bearing on the quality system. So we have proof or evidence, which is the records, and we have information or instructions, which are documents. That they're 2 different things. They're controlled differently, have different procedures for controlling them, but people often get them confused. So proof or evidence are our records. Information or instructions are our documents. Now, it doesn't matter if it's paper or if it's electronic. If it contains evidence that you're conforming to a system requirement, it is a record, and it needs to be controlled and maintained. So we talked about earlier document control requirements. Do we have record control requirements? Of course we do. So, and these are some of the record control requirements. Records must be uniquely identified. Records have to be readily accessible. Now, what does that mean? Well, it's within reason. It's not like every record has to be on everyone's desk, but you have to be able to know where to go get them, and they have to be available to you. All records are going to be stored in a secure manner to prevent deterioration, and electronic records have to be protected and backed up. Record retention times will be established, and they have to, the retention times have to conform to other requirements. Like if you're at a university and they have record retention requirements, you can't make your requirements shorter. So you get to determine what your record retention times are, but they have to conform to any other requirements that other organizations may have for you. Some additional record control requirements are that all records are disposed of once they've passed their identified retention time, and you get to determine how you dispose of them. Can they be disposed of in the trash? Can you shred them? Do you have to take them somewhere to be incinerated? You get to decide the appropriate level. You know, obviously, if they've got personal identification information, you can't put them in the trash. Confidentiality. Records will be confidential with distribution only to authorized parties. What does that mean? Well, If you've got a handwritten record, can you just blot some white out on it and write something else? Are you guys able to hear me okay now? Because I just got a weird message on my machine.
All
It
good.
is clipping a little bit, but it's most time it's staying with us.
Bummer. Okay. Anyways, there's acceptable ways to make corrections to your records, and they don't involve whiteout or erasing an original annotation or scratching something out so much you can't see it. You need to define how to make your record corrections. And usually most people do a single line with a date and initial, and then they write the correct, what they were correcting alongside. Okay, check on our memory. I'm going to ask you to identify if something is a document or a record. So if you have a technical procedure for work that you're doing, is that a document or a record? Does it provide information or provide evidence?
Document.
Document.
Document. Good. If you have a calibration certificate, is it a document or a record?
Record.
It's a record. Thank you, whoever's answering. Excellent. If you have a blank form, is that a document or a record?
Document.
That is a document. A laboratory notebook, a document or a record?
Record.
That's a record. It provides evidence. If you have a completed form, is that a document or a record?
Record.
Record.
It's a record. And the NCPN quality management standard, is that a document? It's in draft form now, but is that a document or a record?
Document.
It is a document. You guys are good, or at least whoever's answering me is quite excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All retirees are doing great around here.
What was that?
It appears that all answers come from retirees.
So, another tool.
Retired yet?
What was that?
I'm not retired yet.
It is fun being retired. I would highly recommend it to anyone. Another tool to assist you in the prove it stage are internal audits. And I apologize, my dog is going crazy. I hope you're not hearing it too bad. Does the word audit sound intimidating to you? And if it does, you're not alone. It's intimidating to a lot of people. What do you think about when I say internal audit? Most people think, oh, here you go again, looking for something I do wrong. But did you know the purpose of an internal audit is to find evidence that everything is right? You want to prove that you're conforming to requirements. You are not looking to catch someone doing something wrong. Nevertheless, no one likes to be audited. A lot of people would prefer a painful trip to the dentist over being audited. And I know, I've been auditing for over 30 years. But if you think of the internal audit as a checkup or review with the intention of fostering improvement, it may not sound or feel as threatening. So what is an internal audit? First, the internal audit is an organization's self-evaluation. You're responsible for ensuring that you are following your own processes. Secondly, it's systematic. What does systematic mean? Some of the synonyms for systematic are organized, orderly, regular, routine, logical, coherent, efficient, and practical, all of which apply perfectly to the internal audit process. So let's go back to the dentist. Let me tell you about a dentist analogy for a moment. Let's consider two people. Person A really takes care of their teeth. They go to the dentist every 3 months for a cleaning and a checkup. Then we have person B. They brush once a day, but they never floss, and they only go to the dentist every couple of years. What do you think happens when these people actually go to the dentist? When person A goes, there's probably not much tartar found on their teeth, probably very little pain at the appointment, and little or no follow-up work is required. Now, person B, when they go, their gums bleed and hurt, and they routinely come away with extra work that needs to be done. This can be both painful and expensive. I'd like you to think of audits in the same way. If we conduct them routinely, we will find issues before they become huge and problematic. They can be fixed easily and without much pain. However, if we never check ourselves, regardless of how good we are allowing systematic problems to foster and become large and problematic. So when you think of internal audits, I want you to think about happy teeth and not ugly things. So good internal audits will consist carried out by those that are trained and authorized to do so, and they will be independent, meaning that no one can audit their own activities. And this is just a list of some benefits of why we conduct internal audits. They evaluate the effectiveness of our own processes. They ensure the integrity and reliability of information that we're producing. They help us identify gaps and best practices. We can identify areas for improvement, and they prevent surprises at very critical times. So this is something I always like to throw in because I've been an auditor for so long. I want you to always remember that auditors do not make up the rules. They are auditing against existing rules, requirements, and procedures. If you have an NCPN standard, they will be auditing against that standard. They'll lab's own internal processes that you write, that you document. The auditors will take that and audit against that. So the auditors aren't making up anything. They are auditing against existing rules. So who can give me one reason, a good reason to conduct internal audits? What's a benefit of internal audits? Remember any of them?
Continuous improvement.
Yeah, they foster continuous improvement. With this slide, all of those things are benefits of internal audits. So I want you to remember that. A lot of good reasons to have internal audits. And so the last tool we're going to, well, not the last, I guess, but another tool we're going to talk about for the prove it stage is customer feedback. The definition of customer feedback is information coming directly from customers about the satisfaction or dissatisfaction they have with a product or service. Notice that it's satisfaction or dissatisfaction. It is not just the bad stuff. You want to collect good, when customers are saying you're doing an excellent job, that is just as much feedback as when they complain. And this is why it's important to understand the needs of our customer. I think this slide sums it up. I love this cartoon. It brings home the importance of understanding your customer and understanding what their needs are. See here, this is what the customer explained he wanted. I love over here, this is how the salesperson said that they'll get it. This is how they were billed for it, a super duper roller coaster. Sadly over here, this is how the whole project was documented. Nothing, which is why it is so important we document things so if it ever comes back around, you have a record of what was done. But in the end, this is all the customer wanted. So I just want you to think about that when you're dealing with customers. You want them to be satisfied, but you also need to understand what they really need. And this is the last tool we'll discuss for Prove It phase is management review. And this might be a new term to people. It's a review done by senior management on some sort of regular basis, which you get to just determine what that is for your lab, to evaluate the overall suitability and effectiveness of quality management systems, to identify opportunities for improvement at your lab, and to introduce changes that they think are necessary to correct issues that may have been discussed during the management review. So Some of the topics that are routinely covered in management review are listed in this slide. And chances are you all are probably already having meetings that discuss many of these things, maybe not all of them. So just because there's a requirement to have a management review doesn't mean it has to be a new meeting. It can already be incorporated into meetings you already have that you're discussing many of these items. And the highlights of management review is that it's an opportunity to report the status of your quality system directly to your senior management. You get to report your successes. You know, when there's a failure in the system somewhere, everyone knows it. You don't have to report that. Everyone's going to know that. But when there's a success, people don't often know, and you get to like toot your own horn at a management review and report how successful you are. This is an opportunity to get management input into what you're doing, to propose new programs, and to overall improve the quality system. So, who can tell me what the 4 pillars of quality management are? Anybody? Oh my, I haven't done a good job then.
Say what you do.
Yes.
Do what you say.
Yes.
Prove it.
Yes.
Improve it.
Very good. And with that, I think you guys deserve a break.
We have that data are exposed to it. So we have.
Okay, great. We'll take a 10-minute break. So it is 1:17 p.m. or at least Eastern time, and we'll come back at around 1:27. All right.
Okay, I'd like to remind everyone to write your name on the chat, please, to update the attendance list. Thank you. And thank you for those who did that.
Okay, I guess I'll start back. Hi, I put my video on just so I could say, hi, I'm here. But now I'm going to turn it off. So my presentation will come over better, and I'm going to reshare my screen.
Well, just before Kathy resumes, I just want to thank everyone who added their names on the chat. And I wanted, on behalf of myself and Irina, we kind of omitted adding Meher to the list of invitees because he sent us the list of his lab, and we just did not include him. So we're sorry for that. And we can resume. Thank you, Kathy.
And Kathy, one other thing, if you want, I pulled up that video. If you want me to share that video real quick before we get started too.
I'm sure, because I'm actually, so do I need to unshare?
I'll take it right now. No worries. All right, I will share this video with everyone.
This is a document control video.
Here we go.
Let's add a comma there. You don't need a comma there.
I don't need a comma there.
Whatever. Let's get this to Mars so she can check the deliverables section. Heyo! You didn't save your own copy?
Oh, come on.
Marge made a few changes.
All right, file, save as, attach, and send.
I think that was the old version, Tim.
Dang.
Video went away.
1.4. 1.5?
Wait. This can't be right. I'm looking at version 1.2. Who has 1.5?
The newest version is 1.5.1? Or is it 1.6?
Does everyone at least have 1.2?
I have 1.2, but I don't think it's the same as yours.
Hello.
Who am I?
Doc, it's time. See you on the other side, old friend.
The rest of it's an advertisement, so you just stop it.
Whoa. Let's get to work.
Yes!
All right, thank you for finding that, Steve. Let's see, now I need to share. So anyone ever have any document issues such as that? Everyone in the meeting using a different document? Huh. Steve, can you hear me all right?
I can. You're coming through great.
Well, the problem, now I have my presentation up, but on my other screen, I don't have thing. Is there something I've done? I just see a big picture of you. Oh, no, I fixed it. I'm good. Sorry, everybody. Okay. So hopefully you enjoyed that video. I've seen it like 50 times or more. I don't know. And I still think it's hysterical. And maybe that's the quality nerd coming out of me. But anyway, it's all about, you've got to make sure everyone's using the same document, the same authorized document. And there's not all these random obsolete documents floating around the workplace to be mistakenly used by someone. So glad you came back from break on time. You would have missed the video. So I appreciate Steve showing that. Let's get back into our pillar of quality. Remember, we covered say what you do what you say, and prove it before. So we need to know, how do we make things better? And by making things better, how do we drive continuous process improvement? And what I want you to do is keep two terms in mind, which are used throughout most of the quality management world, is corrective and preventive action. And we're going to talk about preventive action first. Preventive action is a proactive process that identifies opportunities for improvement. You can think of preventive action sort of like a suggestion box. Matter of fact, I worked with one group and they kept track of their preventive actions in a virtual file called the suggestion box. So some of the things that can trigger a preventive action are management reviews, where you think of ideas you want to implement, not because something went wrong, because you just wanted to improve it. Audit suggestions. If you analyze your data, do a trend analysis, you might say, something looks like it may start going wrong soon. Let's try to be proactive and fix that. If you get customer comments, not complaints, but just comments of, wouldn't it be nice if you could do this? Maybe that's something you want to consider. Or staff feedback. There's lots of ways you can collect things for your preventive actions. And remember, the whole goal of preventive actions is to stop things before they become a problem, with the goal of continual improvement. Now, I wanted to share this slide with you because you all might have heard the word ISO, which actually stands for International Organization for Standardization. They have many hundreds of quality management standards, and they are converting from using preventive actions to risk management. Now, I'm not saying that's what you guys have to do, or what the NCPN has to do, or anyone that has their own standard has to do, but it's what's happening in the world of ISO. And I just wanted you to be aware of it because you can hear these terms, and essentially they're very similar. preventive action and risk management. But I just want you to think about risk. You evaluate risk on a daily basis in every aspect of life. And if you don't think so, I just want you to think, do you drive? Do you ever think, ooh, can I make that light before it turns really red? Can I turn in front of this oncoming car? You are doing a risk evaluation in your head in a split second when you do those things. Anyone here in a relationship? Risk is everywhere in our life. That's all I'm going to say about that. But like I said, the inclusion of risk management is new in the quality management world, but it's something that I think it's just so you're aware of the terminology. And I want to give you an example of, I was actually at a quality management conference right when this risk management was getting phased in. And I was staying at a hotel about 20 minutes away from the conference center with a coworker of mine. And we would walk over every day to the conference. And the first day we decided to have breakfast at the Starbucks that was in the conference center. And while we were eating, I noticed a Bojangles chicken place right there. And I thought I would love to eat there the next day, because I don't know if any of you all have Bojangles near you, but their chicken biscuit is delicious if you have one and you've never tried it. So I really wanted that chicken biscuit. So when we got to the conference center the next day, we got there about 7:15. We realized that the Bojangles didn't open up till 8 o'clock, which is when the keynote speaker started. So as I sat there at Starbucks, eating my breakfast again, looking at the closed Bojangles, I actually thought, now I want you to remember I was at a quality management conference, so these thoughts were prevalent in my mind anyway, but I actually thought, I wonder if Bojangles evaluated the risk of not opening up until 8 o'clock in the morning when they had 3,500 people attending a conference that started at 8 o'clock in the morning. So maybe they did. Maybe they thought the risk of losing some customers was worth not paying an employee to work the extra hours. I don't know. But to actually, in my mind, say, oh, risk management, there's the opportunity to evaluate risk, and it's absolutely everywhere. And that is what preventive action, that's why they go so hand in hand, because risk management, you're looking at things and deciding what could be the problem if this happens. Is it okay if it happens? If it's not, what are we going to put in place to make sure it doesn't happen? And if it happens, how are we going to mitigate the effects? So that's all risk management. Action. Now I want to talk about corrective action. And you implement corrective action when there's non-conforming work or a departure from your policies and procedures of the quality management system. And some of the things that drive corrective action: non-conforming work, something came out like it shouldn't, there's a problem, let's fix it. If your audit finds deficiencies, there's problems, let's fix it. Customer complains, that's a big problem, let's fix it. And well, I don't know if the NCPN does PT tests, proficiency tests, but if you have any sort of exam or test that's there to measure you to make sure you're performing your test accurately and it fails, there's a problem and you need to put something in place to fix it. And of course, the goal of corrective action is improvement. We're going to improve things by fixing the problem. The correction, immediately fixing the problem, and then the corrective action plan that you put in place to prevent it from happening again in the future. So like if you give customer A the lab results that were intended for customer B, and they call up and say, I wasn't supposed to get these, that's a problem. You're going to immediately fix it by giving them the right results and giving customer B their right results. But then you have to figure out how we solve this, what happened, what went wrong, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again? And the way we do this is through a root cause analysis. Now, I want you to think about the importance of finding a root cause, kind of like a garden. My husband, Jerry, does all of our gardening. We have a wonderful vegetable garden out back with our onions and tomatoes and lettuce and cucumbers and some squash. And we have some pretty roses up front. He does all the work. He does everything. My one job is to pull the weeds from the garden, or actually not even from the garden, from the landscaping in the front of the house. Sounds easy, right? You see a weed, you pull it out. Pretty good work instruction. Well, I don't know if you all have experienced it or if you have them where you live, but where we live, we have this certain type of weed that when you pull on it, it goes forever. It's like it just running from you. There's no end to it. That's kind of like a root cause analysis. Sometimes that weed is really hard and it's frustrating, and I don't think I'll ever get to the root. Sometimes I've actually thought, well, if I just chop it off, it looks just as good and it doesn't matter. But it does, because if I don't get the root, it's going to come back. And that's what root cause analysis is all about. It might be hard work, just like chasing that weed, but you put in the work, you solve the problem, and then it doesn't come back. And that's the benefit of it. So, to give you a pictorial representation of what it means to get to the actual cause of a problem, this poor guy got a speeding ticket. He asked himself why. It's because he was late for work. Why was he late? He got up late. The alarm didn't work. You might stop there and say, well, let's just get a new alarm clock. But the problem really was the alarm works. They just didn't have good batteries in the alarm. So you need to get to the root cause, and maybe you need to figure out how often do I need to change them before they go bad, so I don't have this whole issue again. Maybe every month, every 2 months, I don't know. Or maybe get an electric alarm with a battery backup. So what's the chance of you losing electricity at the same time your batteries go bad? That's probably a very small chance. You might be willing to take that risk. But yes, you want to delve down deep and get to the root cause, solve it, and your problem doesn't come back. Then you have other problems to solve. So here's a real world example of a root cause analysis and a corrective action. Does anyone remember the 2017 Oscars and what made them so memorable? It's been 3 years now, so I don't know if it's in everyone's memory anymore, but the best picture presenters were on stage and they said the Oscar goes to La La Land. Just a good movie. I actually just watched it. Pretty good. You should watch it. Then what happened? Someone had to come up on stage and they had to say, this is not a joke, that La La Land did not win the Oscar for Best Picture, that it was actually Moonlight. Well, besides being embarrassing, that was actually the correction, the immediate fix. They made sure that golden Oscar got into the right hands, right? But then they had to do a root cause analysis to make sure that doesn't happen ever again. And what they found, and it took over a month, well, at least for it to be announced, about a month after the Oscars took place, the corrective action was announced. So they did the correction immediately, and then a month later, they announced the corrective action that members of the accounting firm that verify the results are no longer allowed to have cell phones backstage. So immediately my mind was thinking, they must have been taking pictures and selfies and not monitoring what was going on. But they also announced that there will now be 3 accounting representatives present at the ceremony instead of the 2 that was common practice at that time. So this was the corrective action part, the actions taken to prevent it from happening in the future. So there are 2 parts to corrective action: the immediate correction, the immediate fix for it happen again in the future. So let's check our memory a little bit. Does anyone want to tell me the difference between preventive and corrective actions? Oh, that's okay. So I'll tell you. So you have to remember that preventive action is a proactive approach. You take action before something actually goes wrong. It's very equivalent to risk management. And corrective action is a reactive approach. Something's gone wrong and you want to fix it so that it will not happen again. Corrective action generally requires a root cause analysis. I knew y'all were thinking that, you just didn't want to unmute and say it. The 4 steps in a quality management program: say what you do what you say, prove it, and improve it. Is that all? What else do we need to have in order to make this quality management system process work? I'm glad you asked. Is there a question? Okay, so what else do we need to make this thing work? And I'm glad you asked, because there is something else. We need a standard. Without a standard, we would not have a minimum basis with which to start our whole process. So does anyone here ever play Scrabble? I'll assume you know what I'm talking about. In Scrabble, you have a board and you have tiles. But without the instructions, you wouldn't have a clue what to do. So it's the same with quality management. The standard is similar to the rules or the instructions of the quality management game. Once we have that, we can decide how to put the processes in place at our lab to adhere to the rules. So I just wanted you to be aware, I've referenced this before, but standards are important. They're the guiding document, and there are a lot of standards out there. And I'm just going to show you a couple of them. This is the ISO 9001 standard. It's a quality management standard that any organization can be certified to. There's also an ISO 17025 standard that is a laboratory specific standard that you can, a laboratory can choose to be accredited to. This is the NCPN Star D standard that they use to accredit their laboratories that adhere to that standard. And I know the NCPN is working on their own standard. And in addition, and the ISO system has hundreds of standards out there, way too many to name. But I wanted to show you some additional standards that you may or may not have heard of that helped us when we started to develop the STAR-D system. But you've got the American Association of Veterinary Laboratory Diagnosticians, the National Voluntary Laboratory Accreditation Program, and of course, good lab practices. But it doesn't matter the standard or the accreditation program that you may choose to follow. The point is that standards documents provide the requirements that you must meet, and so that your laboratory can determine how to implement their own internal processes to meet those requirements. So the standard will have requirements, and you decide how they're implemented at your lab. The standard will never tell you how to do anything. Implementing a quality management system is a process. It is not a single event. It is a journey, and it begins with the decision to start. So if you only remember one thing from today, which I hope you remember more, but if you only remember one thing that I say today, please remember this. You do not have to wait until you can do everything in order to do something. So does anyone know what show this is from? I know some of you do because I showed this once before somewhere. But this is a clip. Well, not a clip, so I'm not going to show you a video. But this is a frame from one of my favorite Christmas special. It's called Santa Claus is Coming to Town. It was released in 1970, and I just realized it's 50 years old this year. That's kind of cool. And just to summarize this movie to you, this is the story of a baby who was abandoned and left on the Kringles doorstep. And the Kringles were toy makers. The baby grew up to be Kris Kringle. And Kris had to bring toys to the children in a nearby village. But to do that, he had to cross a mountain that was guarded by the evil Winter Warlock. So eventually, Kris and the Winter Warlock became friends. And the Winter Warlock's heart melted. But he was having a hard time changing from evil to good. And Kris sang him a song that helped him with his transformation. And the chorus of the song, I'll tell you what it says. I definitely won't sing it, but it's put one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking across the floor. Put one foot in front of the other, and soon you'll be walking out the door. So put one foot in front of the other. This is precisely management. Just think about the next step. And as you do that and take one step at a time, you will be accomplishing great things. I promise you that. And so as you think about putting one foot in front of another or taking one step at a time, I just wanted to show you in a pictorial representation what it could look like to implement a fully functioning quality management system, one step or one process at a time. The point is that it can be done, and you do not have to do everything all at once. Okay. So I've had the opportunity over my time in the government to help a lot of and I've learned a lot of lessons along the way, and I'm just going to share 4 of my lessons that I learned with you. And this one, I'm very passionate about this. Anyone that's ever seen me present, I wish I could travel with a soapbox so I could stand up on it. But quality management activities are part of day-to-day lab activities. They are not something extra that we do. They are an integrated part of our everyday activities. If I had a dime every time I heard someone say, we have to do this for quality management, I mean, I used to say in my presentation, I'd be retiring tomorrow, but I'm already retired, so I can't say that anymore. I guess I could just say I'd be rich if I had a dime every time someone said that, because you need to find a way to communicate to your staff that this stuff we're implementing as part of quality management is important. It's good lab practices, and we need to do it. It's good for us. It's good business. It's good for our product, and that's the important thing. And one way to communicate is make sure people know continuous improvement benefits everyone, and that it's not just the responsibility of the quality manager to implement quality management principles. If you get past this hurdle, you've gone a long way to infusing quality management into your routine operations. The second lesson that I just want to share with you is you are not alone. I like to do things by myself. Sometimes I think, you just do it by yourself, you do it how you want, you get it done faster. And maybe a lot of you think that. But there's a whole world of quality management professionals and people that have implemented systems who have felt that fear of starting, like maybe some of you are feeling now. And there's people out there that want to help you, including a lot of people on this call. So just reach out. People will share things. Quality management is a very sharing community. We all want to help each other be successful. So trust us and reach out. You do not have to do this alone. The third lesson, I like this quote. Most people probably don't know who Tyra Banks is, but anyways, I like her. She used to always say, steal from the best and make it your own. But the point of this slide is to be flexible. Quality management requirements are the same for everyone, but how you choose to meet those requirements are individual to your lab, and you can be flexible. I don't know if any of you know who this green fellow is. He's a kid's toy called Gumby, and he's very flexible. That's why I put him on the slide. And I don't know for bonus points, did you know his horse was Pokey? Anyways, I'm a Red Cross volunteer, and I was at a training a while ago. And one thing they said that really stuck with me at this training was they asked if we knew the Marine Corps motto, which is Semper Fi, or Semper Fidelis. And it means always faithful. And we were told as a Red Cross worker, our motto should be Semper Flexible. So I think that should be for people implementing quality management as well. Be flexible and think of ways to bend and mold those requirements to meet what you're already doing. You can do it. And the fourth lesson is celebrate success. Advertise it. Make sure people know that something happened that was good because of something that was implemented for quality management. It will be contagious. Other people will want to be successful when they see you being successful with your implementation. Advertise it in newsletters. Put pictures out there. This is Karen and the group at Cornell when they got their accreditation to STAR-D. And this was one of our science and technology labs flying their ISO 9001 flag when they got certified. So just remember, advertise your successes. So I started this presentation with an example of a company that was successful with their quality management system. Hershey. I'd like to end with a story of someone that implemented quality management practices long before knowing what they were. So this is someone you're probably familiar with. His name is Eli Whitney, and probably everyone on this call knows he invented the cotton gin. But besides the cotton gin, he's also famous for interchangeable parts. So let me give you an example of how implementing quality management principles helps improve and evolve the work process. So back in 1798, Eli Whitney established embedded practices that helped his organization achieve results. He obtained a manufacturing contract with the government, American government, to produce 10,000 musket rifles over the course of 2 years. And at that time, when he got that contract, for each weapon having its own distinct design. The expectation at that time was a production of only 100 rifles per year. So at his armory, Eli Whitney pioneered the use of interchangeable parts and the milling machine. And as part of this process, he pioneered the use of the following concepts. He used control documents to eliminate unauthorized changes. Hey, that's document control. We talked about that. He only assigned someone to do the work once he knew that they were competent. That's training. That's part of quality management. He would only want to address and attack the cause of the problem, not the symptom. That sounds like root cause analysis. We talked about that. Wow. So it actually took Eli Whitney 10 years, not 2, to complete the manufacture of 10,000. He was able to produce 15,000 rifles over the next 2 years. So these things that he implemented, they evolved and other things were added to them. But over the next 100 and few years, whatever that is to get to 2020, they've evolved into what today we call quality management. So I've given you a lot of examples that you can draw on to remember the principles of quality management. You can think about Hershey bars. You remember that internal audits can be related to happy teeth. All we have to do is put one foot in front of the other when faced with what we think is an overwhelmingly long journey. And remember Eli Whitney. This stuff worked for him back in the 1790s, and it will work for you today. So I challenge you, let's all be successful and make quality management principles a habit. So if anyone has any questions. Wow, no questions. Well, if you think of any, you can always email me. I'm available.
Excellent. Thanks, Kathy.
Okay, great. And thank you for your presentation, Kathy. Did we want to open it up to see if anyone had any questions?
Just a reminder too, is you can go into the top left, top right corner and change your visual to grid view so you can see everybody on a single screen.
And if you're typing, you may want to mute yourself.
Yes. Yeah. We'll just give you time. Any questions? Okay. With none, we can go ahead and move on. I did want to take a minute to let folks know that we are ahead of schedule on the agenda. We found that we provided a lot of extra time for Kathy's presentation. And so we are behind but ahead overall with the agenda. So I think Fatima and Irene get that, maybe more so than some others. So we are going to continue as planned and move on with the next presentation. I just want to touch base with Karen. Karen, are you on the line and are you ready to present?
I am.
Oh, wonderful. Well, welcome then. We're going to pass the torch over and ask for Karen Snover-Clift to present on her journey to becoming an accredited laboratory.
Alrighty, is it good for me to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on just a second. Oh. Move. I've got 3 screens going on here, so I got a lot of action happening right now. All right, let me share content. Make sure I get the presentation screen. Looks like we're good. How's that?
Excellent. Got you, Karen.
Okay. All right. So let's see. All right. Let me just back up for a minute. Okay. So my name is Karen Snover-Clift. I currently work at Cornell University in the Plant Disease Diagnostic Clinic and have been here for about 22 years. We started our journey into an accredited laboratory about 10 years ago. We were asked as part of the NPDN if we would be interested in taking on one of our initiatives at the time that was called accreditation. So myself and Dawn Daly O'Brien did that. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. But our clinic here had been an NPDN member for a number of years, and it kind of made sense for us to use that as we were developing this process. So my presentation today will be talking about our journey of becoming an accredited laboratory. So, like I just said, it all began back in 2010. We developed this thing that we called STAR-D, a system for timely, accurate, and reliable diagnostics. We really believe that this was developed through a partnership. As Kathy said, we were all there at the beginning, ourselves and Pat Scheel and Kathy Birch put a lot of work into creating this system. And I really think it has been a beneficial thing for both of our organizations. And if you know what NIPLAP is, it's the National Plant Proficiency Laboratory Accreditation Program. No, National Plant Protection Laboratory Accreditation Program. I think I got it right. And NIPLAP has used our STAR-D audits in place of audits that they used to do. So I think it has been a very beneficial thing. So like I said, because Dawn Daly O'Brien and myself were here at Cornell University and we were leading the effort for STAR-D, we used the Plant Disease Diagnostic Clinic here as kind of a guinea pig and a resource to try out some of the things that we were learning about. Dawn and I just want to throw in there, Dawn and I had no quality management experience. So unlike Kathy, who has many, many tiers of quality management experience, Dawn and I did not. So we had to learn a lot about this. And it was nice to have the clinic here to actually try these things out. So this presentation will kind of walk you through our process of how we implemented it in the clinic. So I just wanted to show you this slide to say you're not alone. And Kathy said this as well. The people in the NPDN and the people I've met through the NCPN, I believe we're just very giving people, and we share our stuff with each other to make everyone's lives easier. So this big group of friends will definitely help each other out through the process. So our friends through this process were USDA, PPQ in the beginning, working with Pat and Kathy at CFIS, now Science and Technology. And they really helped Dawn and I learn just the basics of quality management to begin with so that we could start doing this project for the NPDN. Kathy also referred to ISO, and we used ISO 17025 as kind of a model as we look through some of these documents that Kathy has shown you and that I'll show you. If you looked at our standard and you looked at the ISO standard and also AAVLD, who's on this screen, if you look at their standard, if you look at the table of contents, it's going to look very similar. They're very different programs, but that standard is very similar. So that's an interesting thought, that we can use the same methods basically to work on our quality. So the AAVLD that's on your screen right now is the veterinary side of our program for the NPDN. And they have done quality a little bit longer than we have. So we use them as a resource, kind of like you all are using the NPDN now. And they were very helpful to give us their documents. And it was good to see how, from their standard, how a lab actually wrote up their quality manual and other documents. So that was extremely helpful. So why does the NPDN have an accreditation system? I think simply it's because we wanted a way of ensuring that our laboratories met a set standard. So if you sent a sample to the Cornell laboratory here and to Oklahoma State, you probably were just as confident with that answer, right? So if we're both accredited laboratories, we should be following the same types of methods, or at least methods that have been proven, validated, proven to be worthy of using. So following that and having all of our laboratories meet a certain set of standards was very important to our members. And just the longer explanation of that is that it provides a mechanism for objectively reviewing the operations of a laboratory, and it ensures the quality assurance and quality control and accreditation standards are met. And accreditation is the acknowledgement, and this is the most important thing for our members, that the laboratory has a functional quality management system and for diagnostic procedures performed by that laboratory. And I highlighted the wording here, defined by their scope, because I'm going to talk about scope a little bit right now. So first, where did we start with this whole process? Well, we started with learning about the system and using it in our clinic. But first, we just needed to understand, what is a quality management system? What is the structure? What's included in it? And Kathy has gone through a lot of the different areas. And I just thought for my part of the presentation, I would kind of show you things that we were thinking about as we were going through this process, and the types of things that we gathered in the beginning. So first we wanted to learn about the STAR-D system, of course, and Kathy warned you that we would be showing this pyramid often through these presentations. So here it is again. So I have the STAR-D requirements and standards over top this pyramid, and then the quality manual, operating and quality procedures, work instructions and blank forms, and then completed forms and records at the bottom. So as Kathy said, and just a quick reminder, the quality manual really defines all the policies against the standard. And then the other documents underneath that level is the operating procedures, the quality procedures. They are really the who, what, and when of the process and the implementation of that policy. The work instructions and blank forms provide you with the how-tos. Most of the time, this is very detailed information, like you're going to pipe at 600 microliters into a tube. That's probably the level of the work instruction. And then the completed forms and records are really like a final product, right? This is what you're going to have to prove that you performed that PCR or that you had a calibration done on equipment. So another way you can learn about the STAR-D system, besides looking through the standard and looking at documents yourself, is to attend our workshops. And Kathy also highlighted these, but I just wanted to show you a couple statements that we had from our website and from previous trainings. This is one of our trainings that we had in Beltsville, Maryland. We had a couple of your members there. I think we had 5 or 6 of your members there that year. That was our first time that we ever offered our own version of a QMS workshop. Prior to that, we hired people to do it. And now we were doing it ourselves. So it was a great thing. It really was so great because of the people that participated in it. They had a great time. They were very competitive. So when we had some games where we were reviewing the content, they were really competitive. And you can see they're pointing to a scoring page that they put up there. But they really thought that it instilled the concepts of a quality management system. And you can see here that there's a quote that says that they really learned a lot about the quality management system. Here's another quote from another workshop participant. This was actually a phase 2 workshop, which in our case was training internal auditors. So similar, but a little bit different, but they felt much better after they left this workshop, that it wasn't as scary. It didn't seem so overwhelming once they really learned the basics of it. And just to show you a couple other pictures of all these good looking people that we have had the opportunity to meet and to provide trainings to. So there's one in Oregon and Texas, and a couple on the bottom from, I think one is actually New Mexico, and a couple of other locations. So we've really enjoyed doing these presentations for these groups. But it's a great place to learn about it. You want to learn about it quickly and have a time where you're just focusing on it, go to one of the trainings. So the NPDN Study Requirements and Standards, it was the very first document that we created. We had to set the policy before we could make any other documents that worked off of that. So you had to start at the top of the pyramid, right, and work your way down. So it really is the document that contains all the policies, and any changes that are made to this are made by the NPDN leadership in charge of the accreditation program. So the quality manager, quality coordinator, which is Dawn and myself. It is not a lab document, and we have had people get a little confused with this. It's not a lab document. It can't be changed by you if you're using this as your standard. It is only changed by the organization that is putting this accreditation system in place. So just understand this is not your lab document, it's just a reference. So your document is going to be that quality manual. So I wanted to show you this. Again, I mentioned that all of these standards are very similar for AVLD and the ISO. So if you look at our table of contents and you look at theirs, there's very similar numbering system, which is very beneficial, I think, for a lot of reasons. But one is that we could all share auditors easily if we needed to, if we keep the same numbering system. Auditors are flexible. If the numbers are different, it's not that big a deal. But it's a lot easier on them if they already know kind of the structure of the system. So that's the reason why we kept the numbering system the same. So I think if you have time in this first step, you should go through this document and really just get to know a couple areas. 4 and 5 are the most important for your laboratory. So learning what is under 4.0, which is the management requirements, and 5.0, which is the technical requirements, will really get you really into the system and into understanding what the system is made of. Kathy went through really nicely and picked a few of these different areas to highlight and talk about in her presentation. And she always gives really great examples that make sense to all of us. So she's always amazed me with that ability, because she doesn't come from a diagnostic background or a plant problem or a plant therapy type of situation, but she has adapted very easily and does a great job with our trainings. So the big thing I wanted to say here is that it does look so overwhelming when you look at that list and you see how many pages it takes up. But just remember, you have to start somewhere. And this system is all about improvement. You need to just start somewhere, get it in place, and then you can improve it down the road. Don't wait until you think, okay, I want my system to be all just right before I start implementing. Because I think it's kind of like, I don't have children, but I think it's kind of like the analogy of having children. If you wait till you have everything just right, you know, you might be a little too old to have them by that point. So, yeah, you don't have to eat the whole elephant at one time. So the second point for where did we start was creating our quality manual. So first thing was learning the system, just trying to get some background, understanding the structure, and then we wanted to develop our quality manual. So it is the primary document for a laboratory. It's used to define the policies against that standard. So if the standard says I have to have a corrective and preventive action program that Kathy highlighted in her talk, this is going to be the place where I say how I do that. How do I take on the corrective actions for the standard, but how does Cornell University and specifically my laboratory perform corrective and preventive actions? So the policies are laid out there, and there could be subsequent documents that come off of that and that were in that pyramid. So we'll talk about those. So we started by using a template. One of the things that we talked about early on when we were developing this was that a lot of our laboratories are very similar. So it didn't make sense to reinvent the wheel, which I'll show a slide in a minute of that, but it didn't really make sense to reinvent the wheel. So let's have a template in place so that all the laboratories can easily customize it to their own. And I believe that's what we're doing for the NCPN as well. So definitely this should be the first document that you all try to tackle. So here you can see this is my quality manual, and in Kathy's presentation, she mentioned that probably these types of documents, these policy documents, aren't going to be changed often. And you can see here that we're on 1.3. So let me get my little pointer highlighting it. But my quality manual is version 1.3. It was last updated in October of 2018. And we started 5 years ago in 2012. Well, now we're 7 years into it, but from this time was 5 years previous. So we only had 3 changes in that time. We started with 1.0, and then we made 3 changes since then over a 5-year period. And I think that's really typical of the quality documents. I agree with Kathy totally. That's what we've been seeing in our laboratory. Those documents that have to do with test methods and lab procedures, they change much more often. So I mentioned I was going to talk about scope. So the scope is really important because you define exactly what your laboratory accreditation system is going to include. So many of our labs in the diagnostic world interact with, especially if we're at a university, interact with maybe teaching of students. And that might be a function that we also do, but that we may not want to include in our scope. So our scopes are defined just for the diagnostic function. Any kind of research we're doing or working with students and teaching is outside the realm of our accreditation program. So we say that in our scope. And you want to think about exactly for your situation, how you want to define your scope. And if you have a number of small laboratories that all make up one big unit, you may want to consider having them separately accredited, especially if they're in different locations, because if one has an issue and loses their accreditation for any reason, everyone else would lose their accreditation too. So if there really are defined like separate laboratories, it makes sense to have their accreditation separately, and in your scope, that's where you would define that. So let me just show you what a common scope looks like, but it basically needs to be tailored to your laboratory. So the scope of what we call the Acme Plant Disease Clinic, which is the clinic that we use in all of our workshops. As it pertains to this project, includes various testing methods to include, but not limited to, microscopy, culturing, serology, and molecular testing for possible plant pathogenic organisms such as fungi, bacteria, viruses, phytoplasmas, and plant parasitic nematodes. It goes on, but I'll stop here and say that a number of our laboratories have this as their template, and they could go in and say, you know, maybe they don't do any of the advanced levels of testing, such as molecular testing. So they might just say that they do microscopy, culturing, and maybe serology. And maybe they don't want anything to do with nematodes, and they never have. They have a specialty lab just for nematodes that's different. Then they take that out of there. So we just made a statement that was all inclusive as much as we could think of. And our laboratories just go in and change it and customize it to what they want to say. So if we go on to the rest of it, the scope of the Acme, what I was trying to put here was actually changing it a bit, tweaking it a bit for the NCPN and what you guys might put down. So you might have something to say like the Acme Clean Plant Center, as it pertains to this project, includes various plant testing and therapy treatments to ensure clean plant material. The process of diagnosing and eliminating harmful viruses may include, but not limited to, and you can say what your treatments are. You might do serology or molecular testing, tissue culture, heat treatments, other things that I have no idea that you all do. So when you have your template already, you know, it's a good idea to have this in there and let people just customize it, but try to make it very all-inclusive. And make sure you customize it for your lab. You want it to say exactly what you do. One thing that Kathy mentioned in her presentation was that you don't want to say what the dream is, where you want to be. Put where you are now, because that's what you can meet right now. And if you see a vision of something else in the future, that's something to work towards. But don't put that into your scope right now, because you might have difficulty meeting that if you're not ready for that. So you want to definitely customize it to what you're doing now. So let's talk a little bit about those other documents. So here's that pyramid back again. So these are just some examples. Actually, these are examples of equipment from our equipment section. There's a laboratory equipment quality procedure, an equipment calibration and maintenance, work instruction, and then a master equipment list. So like an inventory. So these are those subcategories that are on that pyramid. So the quality manual probably has a policy statement in it that says exactly how equipment will work in your laboratory. And then you may have a quality procedure that gives a little more detail about that whole process. And then a work instruction that gives really the fine points, like this piece of equipment must be calibrated every 5 years, or pipetters need to be calibrated every year. And then your master equipment list is really just a log. It really is an inventory. And it may say in your standard what needs to be included in that inventory. So you could have more there, but you definitely have to have the minimum of what the standard says. So that's just an example of some of those sub documents. And we're still getting to know the system, right? So we're kind of creating, getting to know the system and thinking about how we're going to use it. So here's that why reinvent the wheel slide I was mentioning. Our laboratories are different, but we are also very similar. So we may have different types of autoclaves. We may do autoclaving differently, but most of us have autoclaves. So having an autoclave log is important. Keeping track of temperatures of freezers and refrigerators might be important. Everyone's going to need the quality manual template, quality procedures, work instructions for the different areas like documents and records, equipment, training, sample handling, all those sections that were in that section 4 and section 5. So we created all those, and people can take those and customize them just for their laboratory. We have other templates and example documents available on our website. So if you want to check them out, these are available to you. Your leadership and your steering committee asked us to make those available, and we have. So they are on our website. If you go to the NPDN website, which is just npdn.org, there's a tab at the top that says diagnostics, and you scroll down and it'll say Star D. And if you go to Star D, it'll show you that listing there on my slide at the top. And all those in the blueprint are the templates for the various documents. There's a lot of them there, so please don't get overwhelmed when you see like there's 80 plus documents there. A lot of them are for, you know, the whole group. So an individual lab may only need one that's under the training section. And another lab might use 3 of those forms, and somebody might already have their own stuff in place that works, so they don't use any of them, but they are there and they are available to you. So help yourself. Also, a few labs have given us examples of their quality manuals and other documents, and we have found that to be so helpful. Like I mentioned at the beginning, when we were just starting, the AAVLD documents were really helpful to say, okay, the standard says I have to do this for equipment. What do I write about that? I don't understand what they want the laboratory to say in response to what the standard says. So seeing how a few laboratories worded that really made it much easier for us. And we've heard from our membership, and they feel the same way. They really appreciate being able to look at how New Mexico wrote up their customer relations section, because they use a survey and I use a survey, and I want to know, you know, how they wrote it up. Maybe they can help me with some wording because I'm struggling with that section. So these are available too. Having those examples are really helpful. So I'll just have to have that little expanding arrow again. So here is that website. They changed it just recently. So if you've looked at it in the past, you may have gone to that first column that says NPDN and scroll down there, and you could get to the templates from that one. But just last week, they've changed it to this new format that now has that Star D under diagnostics. And it has a lot of other information in there too. So if you want to go in and look around, it's nice. It's a nice public page we created to share with people to explain what Star D is. So if you want to share it with anyone, just want to show someone what this accreditation system is all about, feel free to go into this one. There's the Star D. It's the third one down under diagnostics. And if you go to that Star D option, it'll bring you up to this page. And if you go just down about 3/4 of the page, you'll see a blue box that says templates. That's where you'll go for those templates. And there's other information here too. You can see across the top there, we have a lot of tabs for the home screen, the benefits, training, accredited laboratories. We highlight our external auditors on this page as well, the accreditation board. And you can also log into the NPDN if you're a member of the NPDN from this page. But if you go to trainings, I just wanted to show you what one of the other screens look like. If you go to trainings, you can see there some of the pictures that we've used in our presentations. The second one down is actually one of the trainings we did in Puerto Rico at Consuelo's lab, is one of your NCPN labs. It explains a lot of the different types of trainings we've done. One thing that we thought was very beneficial for our membership was this thing called the document roundup, which is in the middle of the page here. And that was a time for people to just leave their home site, come join us for a few days and just work on their documents and just try to get as many done when you had people around you that could answer questions easily. You weren't being distracted by samples and clients and phone ringing and email. So we found these to be really helpful for our members and got great feedback. So it's something maybe you should consider as well. Just having that dedicated time to work on it, it is very helpful. So the next thing we did was create a listing of the documents and procedures we felt were in place that maybe could be used for this new system that we were implementing. So we had all these different sections, right? And a lot of them stand out, like for things that we do already: personnel, training, equipment, sample handling. Those types of things are things that we've done all along, and maybe we could use some of the things that are already in place. So we made a listing of things like the sample submission forms that we use, training records, minutes of staff meetings, staff performance reviews, equipment inventories that the university makes us have, calibration and maintenance records. We've always received these certificates every time we do our calibrations, so we gathered them together. Sample testing procedures, sample processing reports after we write it up. We always produce a report, right? That makes sense as part of this system. And equipment manuals, things like that. So a lot of other docs we could think of as well, but those are kind of some of the ones that came right to the top right away. So, oh, it's not advancing for me. There we go. So just to show you some of these things that we had there on that list. So when we were gathering these documents, things like sample submission forms and worksheets, you can see here just a blank submission form is what we used in our clinic. In the picture, you can see a log that another laboratory used for documenting their samples as they came into the lab. Whoever took that sample out of that person's hand would jot it down in this logbook. So everybody knew, what samples had arrived into the clinic. At the bottom, you can see a nice example of someone who used the sticker system. So when they got samples in, they didn't even have to stop and find a pen. They could just grab a number off this sheet and then put it on the bag, and that kept track of their numbering for them. So these are just examples of things that are already in place that probably could be transitioned into the accreditation system. So next is training. Certificates, having our staff gather certificates from all the trainings that they've gone to. And one thing I just want to say here, and I'll say it again just to make the point, but don't feel you have to recreate history. You're starting today. You're creating an accreditation system starting today. It's nice if you have these certificates and you could go back and kind of put them on whatever form you've decided you're going to use to gather your training records. If you're going to use a written form or an electronic file, whatever you're going to use to pull these together, it's nice to have a little bit of that history, but you're starting today, and what you want to do is ensure that you're going to do this from today on. Most of our laboratories have done that historical search because it doesn't take too long for people to do it, and they like to have it on the forms to see what people have done in the past. But then there's also a situation where some things are educational. You learned it when you got your master's degree, so it's not like a training thing you have to go through. So we have like wording for using those types of situations, but these are great examples of things that you could gather: your certificates, letters from maybe an accreditation body or a certification body, which in the middle there is a NIPLAP certification letter, other forms up in the corner, There is a bingo form that actually the University of Florida uses when they train their students to work in the lab. They actually have it set up like a bingo grid, and the students, sign off as they get the training in the different areas. So gathering all these things together to start your training section is a good place to start. Things like calibration stickers and certificates. You don't have to have that certificate. Maybe if you don't have one, just go to the pipetter and take a picture of that sticker or write down the information on that sticker. You probably did get some kind of letter that showed what the calibration results were, and maybe you keep it in a notebook. You have biosafety cabinets and other pieces of equipment that maybe they just put a sticker on that says that it's certified. So those are the types of things you want to gather when we're talking about equipment and certification and calibration and maintenance. Okay, how about equipment itself? Kathy mentioned that documents need a unique identification. Equipment does too. And some of our laboratories will use the university sticker number, so it's an inventory number that the university gives, and that's the unique identifier, or they just use the serial number. But you're gathering these things together so that you can use that to start working on creating that equipment section. One of the things that we did after a few years was we named our equipment, and I'll show you that when I start talking a little bit more about putting these things in place. But just see here, our biosafety cabinet's name is Bobby Sue. For Sandra, our diagnostician, likes to kind of use the first letter of the equipment to name them. So biosafety, Bobby Sue. So how about some existing procedures? We all have these, right? We have work instructions that we use here from USDA. We have the kit instructions that come with the DNA extraction kits that we use, or virus testing kits we get from AgDia. We have our own in-house instructions that we've written up and created and developed, validated. So all those should be gathered and pulled together to start your procedures section. Other things are testing notes and testing result reports. So laboratory notebook is something that you might refer to for the testing notes and the data that you're collecting, or maybe there's individual sheets. And what about manuals for equipment? So more and more, we don't get these when you buy a piece of equipment, right? Everything seems to be electronic. Some of our labs like to have the hard copy, so they will print it out and have it right there next to that piece of equipment. Other labs like it to be electronic. They don't want to have to keep that up to date. If it gets up to date, if it gets updated commonly, maybe it makes more sense just to have the electronic version. So they have a listing of links for all of the equipment they have. But that's a good thing to gather together, again, is your manuals. So our next step really was to start incorporating those documents. So we've just kind of looked around, what do we have that we can use? And now we want to put it in place. Let's get the implementation going. We're excited. We took some training. We're ready to get everything organized. So of course we did start in those areas. Personnel was a great place to start, training, equipment. Of course, we really started in documents because we really wanted to have that quality manual in place first. So having that there and having a plan for how I'm going to number my documents, how they're going to be formatted, that was really something that we needed in place before we could then say, okay, let me take all this stuff from training and put it into my system. Then you got to figure out, okay, what's the header supposed to look like? What's the footer supposed to look like? But if you have it in place ahead of time, it just is a little smoother operation. And then you don't have to go back and change things if you're kind of learning as you go. So here's the reminder of that standard table of contents. Again, all the different sections under 4.0 and 5.0. Some of those things that I gathered affects a lot of different areas on these lists. Purchasing and supplies, even some customer feedback, and some we really don't have anything to do with, so they seem a little foreign to us, and we'll talk about that as well. So our first document was our sample submission form. We already had this form in place. We used it for years. What did we need to do to this to make it an official document in our system? Basically, we just needed to put a footer in place. So we already had the form designed. We didn't want to change it. We liked the way that it was set up. But because we have the system now under our documents and our format policy, it says that we're going to have a standard footer that includes a unique identifier that Kathy mentioned. It includes who approved the document, what date it was approved, and what version it actually is. So you can see that at the bottom of the screen, or well, you can see what's highlighted. It's pretty small. So we needed to do one more step to kind of complete this process of, okay, we got our first document in our document management system. And that was to add that document to a document master list. So this is a really helpful resource. And I think as you start using this, you'll find you go to this often. And all of our staff members know that they either go to this list or go to our electronic list and make sure they are using the most recent document. If they decided to print out a procedure and it's been sitting on their desk for 2 years, they better go check that list and make sure that it hasn't been updated since that time. And if the one sitting on their desk is 1.3, and so is that in the file, then that's fine. They can use 1.3. But they have to make sure it is the most up to date. So we started by using a template. Since we didn't have a real inventory list that included the columns that we needed for this, so we used the Starty template. One thing that was confusing to me in the beginning was the whole idea of versions. And okay, say I write down a bunch of stuff on this. Now, do I change the version? And the answer is no. The version is for the format of the document itself. So a lot of you probably already know this, but it was something that I struggled with, so I just want to share it. So the version is for the document itself. You change the title, you change the a column, you add a column, remove a column, whatever. If you do that, if you're changing the structure of the form, then you're changing the version there. If you're using this to complete it, you're just using it. You don't update the version for that. You're just using the form that's in place. But the format of the document is linked to the version number. So, and you know, you can, when you look at the document master list, you'll see how documents change. So that top section there is the part that's built into the standard. It tells you what has to be included in a document master list. And then we have that footer that's required on all of our documents. So once you have one, it's easy to cut and paste it everywhere you go. You definitely have to update the information in it, but this is the template that we use to create ours. So it's probably best to have just one or maybe two, depending on your lab size, people responsible for making changes and updating these forms. It could get really confusing if you have a lot of people making changes. That video that Kathy was showing, right? You got versions in all different places. There's really helpful document management systems out there now, even free ones online that people are using all the time. I think they're going to become even more popular than they are today. And they help us with making changes and versioning and all that kind of stuff. So I'm sure it's going to get a lot easier as the years go by. But right now, a lot of it is still done by hand, but you may see it both ways. So this is our actual document master list. So it looks a little bit different than that template. So what was on the template were a lot of columns, but not all of them were required. And I just put on my document master list the one that were required. I wanted just the real basic information there. And I actually stole an idea from one of the labs that we went to do a training. I liked how they separated out everything by the type of document it is. Originally, we just had it on there kind of in alphabetical order. And that was pretty close to what's going on here. But I liked kind of sectioning them out. So all the quality procedures together, the standard operating procedures together, the work instructions and forms together. And you can see on this document that that here's a quality procedure for document and record control. And you can see that I've changed it right in the beginning of the early years twice since the original version. So the original version was September 2012. I made a change the following year, and not long after that, a couple months after that, made another change. But once you've got it in place, it's probably not going to change much, the quality documents, but your procedures probably will change much more. And again, down the bottom, we have our standard footer that has that unique identifier and the version number. So again, that's on the master list, right? So I start filling it out. That doesn't change anything in the footer. So, yeah, just to kind of reiterate that whole thing about the versioning that was very confusing. That just does not, the version number doesn't change when you're just completing the form. It just went back and forth. I would understand it at one point, and then 6 months later, I'd be like, wait, am I supposed to change this? So no, it got a little confusing, but I think it makes a lot of sense once you start using it. You may not be as dense as I was about it. So the fourth thing was, you don't want to go into this. We're still on the fourth thing, but don't go into this thinking that you need to recreate everything. Using a header and footer and writing your own documents. Maybe that's something you want to think about for improvement down the road. Maybe not, but there are some things that you may want to change. So our sample submission form, right? We already had that in place. It was something that we were using. It was very simple. All we had to do was put a footer on it, add it to the document master list, and we were done. We had our sample submission form. Maybe down the road, I might want to format it a little differently so it looks more like some of my other documents. But right now, it meets the needs, it meets the requirements, and we don't have to change anything. Some of our members thought that when they started this process, they couldn't just use the directions that came in an ELISA kit, that they thought because they're going through accreditation, they had to have it with their header on it and their footer so that the directions were in their use of their document. And it doesn't have to be like that. You don't have to we're not asking you to do these things just to make you busy. It doesn't make sense, right? If it comes from the manufacturer, they're the one who created those instructions. Any changes are going to come in the next kit that comes with it. So it makes sense just to refer to that, and you just need to say that in your quality manuals. That's how you do it. You don't have to put your header on it and make it your own, but you can if you want to. So still talking about improvement for training records. You don't need to recreate that history. Start with today. We already talked about how if you're implementing today's the day you need to start recording all those training sessions. But you might want to create like an orientation training record and an individual's training record. So I'm sure there's certain things that you have to do for onboarding, and then you can go with an orientation form. You want to use those certificates to fill out a record like this, right? So we use this form because it summarizes all the trainings. we could just have everybody have all their certificates in one package and that's what they have for their training. But we say that we use this form because it helps us when we're being audited. We can just show the auditors, a summary. And it also helps me when I'm doing a performance review that I have everything in one place and I could see gaps for a staff member. Like, oh, I didn't realize that we haven't trained you on this yet. We need to get on that. So that these things are really useful in our day-to-day work. So, but remember, it's your system and you need to make it work for you. You don't want to do something just to do it. It has to have a benefit. If it doesn't work for you, don't do it. Of course, you have to meet the requirements of an accreditation system, but you don't have to set up an elaborate training record if it's not going to be beneficial to how you conduct business. So, equipment calibration and maintenance. You want to keep those pieces of evidence together and improve what you already have. Maybe you're going to place those certificates on a log so that you can look at what's going on with each piece of equipment. And you might ask, how is that valuable? Well, you can look at that to track what's been going on with that tissue grinder that's shown here. And maybe I look at it one day and see that we repaired it 6 times in the past year. Well, that's crazy, but you get some money maybe to replace some equipment, and it might help you decide where you're going to put that money first because you have a log of exactly what happened with that piece of equipment. Those unique identifiers are really helpful, and we've changed how we do them over the years. We tried something first, it worked for a little while, but then we found something better. And again, it's all about improvement, right? So once we found something better, the naming system we thought was a lot better way of doing it. And I'll have to tell you, when Sandra comes to me and says Bobby Sue is broken, I know exactly what she's talking about. If she came to me and said serial number 347777347 is broken, I'd say, what? So it does make it a lot easier when you give it a name. But we didn't do that for the first 4 or 5 years. But we saw another lab did that, and we really liked the idea. And I think Sandra had a lot of fun making up the names. So it was really a good thing for morale as well. So procedures, of course, we talked about it's fine to use the manufacturer's directions. You don't have to create your own. You don't have to put that heading on it unless you make changes to it. If you tweak something in that procedure, then and you validate or somehow prove that that's the way you need to do it, then you do need to make it your own because you're not following those instructions any longer. But you do also want to make sure you're using the most recent version of these types of documents too, not just your own. But if someone sends you a new kit and it has new instructions in it, how do you know that that staff person is going to use the old instructions on finishing up the other kit and the new ones? They need to be aware of how that works and that there may be changes from kit to kit. So that could be a training issue. It could be a reminder at maybe lab meetings when you're talking about things. We create our own worksheets, even though we use the procedures that the manufacturers give us. So we create our own worksheets because we want to have a record of, okay, I processed 12 samples today. Then let's look, here's a sheet that I wrote on the number of those samples, when I did it, what reagents I used, what were the lot numbers. All that information is right here. So it's kind of like the who, what, when, and with what of what I do. And if you play the game Clue, it's like saying Professor Plum did it in the clean room, right? With the centrifuge. It gives you all the information you need and you have a record. So we found creating these little worksheets was a really nice way of us making sure we're following the procedure. And then we refer back to the more descriptive SOP or QP, and we have a record. So the data and data results are evidence. So someone's lab book could be that piece of evidence, or it could be a printout that's that piece of evidence. we use a Cepheid, or we used to use a Cepheid Smart Cycler, and we might have a graph, and we could cut and paste that into a worksheet or print it out and put it into a notebook, and it keeps track of all of our records. These are all pieces of information that we have to use in our system. And those equipment manuals, like I said, we might have just one large notebook of manuals, or broken up. The way we do it is we have notebooks for things that spin and things that change temperature and things like that. So that helps us keep track of it. But we have a lot of paper manuals that we keep all in one place. But slowly moving to the world of electronic and getting away with all that paper. Just make sure you do what you say you're going to do. Just as Kathy said throughout her presentation. If you say you're doing what was one way, you got to do it that way or change it. So nearing the end, I just want to say that there's other topics, right, that we didn't cover so far. I just wanted to talk about how we started our process, but it took a little while to get into the CARS and PARS, internal audits and management reviews. Really get comfortable with those sections that you are comfortable with first, and then move on to these other areas. But we found them to be very helpful for what we do. Just to touch on them real quickly, Kathy talked about CARS and PARS already, but that's in the section 4, and so are the internal audits and management reviews. The difference between CARS and PARS is that, right, one is after the fact, something happened and you need to fix it. It's a corrective action. Preventive action occurs before. Don't get hung up on, oh, is this really a preventive action or really a corrective action? Kathy told me years ago when I was getting hung up on that it really isn't a big deal as long as you're doing it. So if you label something preventive and technically it's really a correction, it doesn't really matter. You're using the system to fix it, and that's what's important. And also the idea of a correction versus a corrective action. Just making a correction doesn't mean you have to write it all up and do this elaborate process of trying to figure out the actual cause of the problem. So no, not all corrections need to have a corrective action report. And corrections, things like, say a technician performs a test and puts the results in a database. Later that day, she prints off her report, puts it in an envelope, and as she's doing it, she's looking at it, and something clicks inside her head that says, wait a second, this doesn't look right. She sent me a tomato, and this says white pine. Wait a second. She realizes there was a mistake. So she fixes it before anything gets mailed out. That's just a fix. That's just doing her job, right? So no corrective action is really needed in that case. Nothing, there was no foul. But say that she did actually mail that out and a client got the wrong report. Well, then that's different, because we want to really figure out why did it happen for the first case? And if it's happened more than once, definitely you want to look into it. So maybe writing up a corrective action would help figure out what was the core of the problem. Why did those samples get mixed up? And is there something that you can fix? But basically the difference, right, is that there was no consequence for your correction. Nothing was wrong. The client never knew that they almost got the wrong report. So I just wanted to show you an example of one of our corrective actions. We only have probably maybe 2 a year, sometimes 5, 6 a year. This year we had 5. You can see our numbering system in 2015. It was 005 there. So what happened in this case was that we found a Clorox bottle had leaked into this glass storage cabinet. And when we did a little bit of investigation, anything like bleach needs to be in a secondary containment system. And that's what it tells us in our safety training. But in this case, it wasn't kept in a secondary containment system. So when we purchased some new bleach, there's a little crack in one of them. It started to seep out, and in the bottom picture, I don't know if you can see that, it actually started growing up the glass. So it looks like it's crystallized all over the glass. The bottom of the cabinet was a mess. It was terrible. Great example of why you need a secondary containment system. So we went through all this process. What did we do right away? We fixed it. We cleaned it up. We got rid of all of this nastiness. Then we looked into what happened. Why? Well, whoever purchased it and unpacked the box didn't take the time to put it in that secondary containment system. So we made sure we went through that with everyone again. Say, here's the result if that doesn't happen. This is why we do a secondary containment. And then we monitored it too. So you'll see there's a little monitoring part here. And for about 6 months, I went into the clinic all the time and just kind of looked around to see where the bleach bottles were and if they were in a secondary containment. And they were. So at that point, I wrote this up and said, I think we fixed the problem. So then moving on, internal audits. We use gap audits too, which is something that we do for trainings. We go to different laboratories and kind of give them an audit to see what they're missing, maybe before they're going to do an accreditation audit. It's really helpful. It's great for training, and it's great for that laboratory to receive. And the gap audit can serve as an internal audit. So you'll see here, what part of our internal audit is that we have to do all the sections 24 months, and we have to have a schedule. So you'll see, here's an example of a schedule. It's not written in stone. If you said you're going to do an audit in January and you get bombarded with all these plants coming in that you need to do heat treatments on, you go to your schedule and maybe you change the dates and say, okay, I can't handle it this month. I'm going to bump everybody down a month, and or we'll do 2 next month. Whatever you need to, it's changeable. You just have to have a schedule, and it should be up to date. But the gap audits work as internal audits. You can have people from other areas of your university do your internal audits. People from the NCPN maybe can help out people from the NCPN and vice versa. So that's really helpful. And the management reviews are very similar to internal audits, but they're more about management looking at the systems of the lab. So it says that they need to be reviewed every 24 months, just like internal audits, and that there has to be some type of procedure to do these management reviews. And here are some of the forms that people use to conduct their management reviews. There's different topics. You can see at the tops of all these forms, and in the color section here on the side of the form, those topics all have to be covered in 24 months. Maybe the one that's yellow at the top of the list there is only covered once. That's fine, as long as it's covered. Others might be talked about more commonly, like the client feedback. Maybe that's talked about every month. A lot of people use their team meetings to talk about the management reviews and what's working. It's a great way to do it, but you do have to document the outcomes. And the big thing is action items. They want to see action items and that they're being done. So in the beginning, I put up this picture of friends, and I said that, you're not alone. Remember that you do have friends, and I kind of put our faces over top the faces of the original friends. But these are just some of the friends out there that are pictures. This was from a QMS training, but there's many more people out there that would love to help you answer any questions that you have. We've got 10 labs now, 9 labs now in the NPDN that are accredited, and all those are really helpful. Our most recent lab that's accredited is Consuelo's lab in Puerto Rico. So congratulations, Consuelo. And she could be a great resource for you all as well. And just don't put it off because you feel like you have to have it perfect. Said that a few times. Just start somewhere. Our goal is to help you, give you some tools to maybe better help you with the documentation of what you need to do. Identify problems before they become big problems, and to help make improvements. It's all about continual improvement, right? So probably never going to be perfect, but hopefully you get better and better through time. So that's all I have, and just want to say thank you to the NCPN, my partner in crime, Don Daly O'Brien, who helps me with everything we do. And of course, Pat and Kathy, where we wouldn't even have a system in place if it wasn't for Pat and Kathy. So thank you.
Karen Spofford. I am with the Claire Social.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen, for your presentation. I just want to take a quick minute and see if there are any questions from the first half of the presentation session of this webinar before we head into a longer break. Would anyone like to raise their hand, unmute their phone, or enter in the chat a question?
This is Kathy. I just want to thank Karen for putting me in the Jennifer Aniston slot picture. I appreciate it very much.
That's hilarious. Well, if any of you have come to our training sessions, Kathy actually dresses up at one point, and when we do a role playing, and Kathy and Dawn wears pretty wild wig, so I don't think she looked like anybody in that Friends with her wild wig on, but it's definitely worth coming just to see the show.
Great. Well, going once, going twice for questions, going 3 times. Okay, we will go ahead. We're breaking roughly at about 12:10, I believe, Pacific time. And for those on the West Coast, if I'm getting the time incorrect, please let me know. However, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We would like to keep it to a 30-minute break. So that would look like coming back at 12:40. So please come back at 12:40 and we will resume with a presentation from Consuelo Estevez de Jensen and Kevin Ong. So enjoy your lunch and we look forward to having you back at 12:40.
Thank you, Sarah.
Show you the map of Puerto Rico, and is the presentation ready?
No, not yet. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
And we'll let you know when to start. Perfect. Consuelo, you can start.
Okay. Thank you, Fatima, and thank you everyone to attend the webinar. And in the next slide, where the Puerto Rico map is shown, I want to tell you about where we are located. So the Plant Diagnostic Clinic is located in the south of the island, and there are 2 additional experimental stations that we work together in the Citrus Clean Plant Network. One is Isabela, located in the northwest part of the island, and Adjuntas, which is located in the mountainous area. And then we have, with the red dots, you have where the citrus nurseries, these are commercial nurseries that are part of the Citrus Clean Plant Network effort in Puerto Rico to produce citrus tested plants for the island. So the clinic, the Plant Diagnostic Clinic, has been a very important resource for Puerto Rico because it represents the state laboratory where samples are analyzed in order to obtain the phytosanitary certificate for crops that need to be certificate, to gain this certificate through APPQ. And therefore, it was very important to have the clinic accredited. And this has been a long way to go But finally, we started with accreditation on May 1st. We have a gap audit in 2017, and we have a transition after the storms that affected all the infrastructure on the island. And then there was an internal audit in 2019, and finally we were able to have accreditation. So in the next slide, you will see the aim of the plant diagnostic clinic is to ensure that the diagnostics of plant diseases are accurate and the results are sent in a timely manner to ensure satisfaction of internal and external clientele. And I will talk more about the clientele of the clinic, and also to support the production of tested citrus plants. So in the next slide, where you have figure number 1, I am showing the diversity of the samples that we process at the clinic, and wanted to show that the most important samples are coming from the winter nurseries in the island, which are corn, soybeans. We have also other different minor crops that are coming from the winter nurseries, like cereals, sorghum, sunflower, cotton, and an important percentage of the samples are citrus plants. We have like 10% of the samples that we process are citrus plants, as well as vegetables, some tropical fruits, and cucurbits. And in the next slide, in the figure number 2, you will see our clientele. So in here, you see that 35% of the private companies that host the winter nurseries are important clients, as well as growers. Growers represent 28% of our clients, as well as researchers from the different experimental stations of the university. We also handle samples from the Puerto Rico Ministry of Agriculture, as well as from APHIS PPQ. And we have private gardens, homeowners, and those are the most important clients. So in the next slide, I want you to show an example of one of the citrus nurseries in the central part of Puerto Rico. Before these were our clients. Now they are our collaborators. So we train them in how to detect diseases. We train them in how to scout insects like phyllis or aphids, and we also train them in how to do sampling. So before they were our clients, now they are our collaborators in the Citrus Clean Plant Network. So what is important about this is that where we have the aim to introduce quality into what we do in the clinic, we have to include all our clients, because what they do with their plants and how they implement different management practices of how they handle samples is very important to us, and we want to have some control over it. In the next slide, you see a different example. So before we go to the next example, I want to show you what quality means for us. So we have guidelines for collecting and submitting samples, as everybody does. So we are developing brochures with directions about how to sample, where to send the samples, the cost of the samples, as well as we develop a specific guidelines in how to sample different diseases. In this example, samples for citrus, for testing for HIV, that's a specific brochure. So this is important, the guidelines that the clinic produces for the different diseases or for the different crop commodities. The second component, where all the story of each sample that enters to the clinic is in documentation. So we have the sample submission form. That's the first form that we adopted from the NCPN. This form is filled out by the grower or by the client that arrives to the clinic. And then after that, each sample goes to the logbook following the details of the symptom signs, the varieties, the incidence and severity that are recorded in a laboratory worksheet. This is one of the forms that I like the most. And each sample has all this story about where the plant was growing, when the first symptoms were observed, what the incidence, the severity, as well as good images, symptoms that we do by scanning the sample. The sample arrives to the lab, and we use a scanner that takes a perfect picture of the images. By scanning the samples, we can keep the record of the plant exactly the way it arrived to the lab. We also take digital pictures that are important for the submission of the samples to the digital diagnostic information system, where after we diagnose the diseases, we enter the samples to the database of NCPN. And we have an additional document of, it's a form, is a survey. So each grower that arrives to the clinic receives this form, and he answers the survey about the service in the clinic, and also very few, 10 questions concerning the samples, the losses in the crop that is affected by the disease, and how did you find he found the services in the clinic. So this survey is our image of how the growers see our services. Another important aspect for quality for me is the timeliness. Every grower makes an appointment in the clinic. The grower stays in the clinic until we do a preliminary diagnosis. The grower gets involved in seeing how we do the diagnostics. We show him how the damages are in the tissue. We can show him some slides in the microscope. This takes around 1 or 2 hours depending on the sample. But this process has helped us a lot as a reference for other clients. So the grower is very happy and satisfied to receive a personal assistance as a personal treatment when arrives to the clinic, and he knows more about the sample, and this has been an important reference for other people to come to the clinic to see and determine what's the important problem in the plant. We also have methods that we have used from elsewhere or developed in the clinic. We do a very good monitoring of the protocols. We do a lot of visual inspections. We use immunoassays and PCRs when the sample or the pathogen is important. And when there is a disease outbreak, we visit the farm or we visit the nursery or the greenhouse when possible, or we request the assistance of the extension service of the university. And then we do the reports and recommendations that are sent by email or by internet. The next slide, please. We're going to go to the next slide. Okay, here is an example. This is a grower. That's the previous slide. If you can go back Okay, this is a grower that grows under hydroponic systems, lettuce and cilantro. So she arrives to the clinic, and then in the time that she's waiting to see what's the problem in the plant, she's able to observe under the stereoscope how the lesions have advanced in the root system. Then we do, if possible, using an immunostrip, especially if it is cilantro, we try to detect if there is Phytophthora involved or not. So this is an initial diagnostic that the grower can see it. So we also do all the symptoms, description, and signs. We prepare the slide, or we provide to the grower a compendia of the specific crop, and then she can look through the different symptoms that are present for that specific crop. So the growers and the clients like this part in the clinic. They talk more about the samples, they talk more about their problems in the farm, and after that initial meeting, we already know if it's a biotic disease, it's a biotic, or biotic abiotic, or it's an insect, and what is the next step. We explain the grower what we will do afterwards, but the grower already knows what are the recommendations that we will provide to stop the spread or to just do any management. So this is important, the involvement of the grower in the clinic. In the next slide, we'll go to the next slide. So in the next slide, we will show the laboratory worksheet. This is the document. This is the form that I like the most. This is an image of the citrus leaves that were scanned before we do the testing, and the information about the sample, the date of collection, the plant parts, also what tests were conducted in the sample, if we did isolations or we did ELISA tests, and who conducted the tests. So this form is very important for the protocols and methods that we use in the clinic, and it stays in the lab, and we can fill up later the results or any comments important or relevant to the sample. In the next slide, there is an additional example of the report. So there are the variety of samples that we do the analysis in the clinic. The reports are also very different. This is a report for the citrus analysis of those specific cultivars, and even though the results were negative for those two specific pathogens that we were testing, we provide recommendations to the grower how to keep the nursery disease-free or free of vectors. So we provide also recommendations depending on the sample. In the next slide, we will show a different report. Here is the laboratory worksheet that tells the story about the sample, methods that we use for the diagnostics. So these are soybean seedlings that have wilting, and so in the record, it says that we have used a Phytophthora immunostrip, and that was negative. And then it shows for each individual plate that we made isolations, what did we find in that specific sample. So this laboratory worksheet is very important and useful in the clinic. The next slide. This is a different example of a report. So most of the reports, when applied, we include a picture, an image of the sample, and the growers or even the different clients tell us how they like these reports, because they can keep a record of all the different diseases that they have been, detecting in the crops, or they can keep the record of the different plants that they have and all the diseases present, and even the incidence or the severity and all the results. So these reports with the images of the samples are very important in the clinic. Also for us, the next slide. In the next slide, we see an example of the customer feedback form. So these forms we send to the clients along with the reports of the results of the clinic, or sometimes we just hand it in when they arrive to the clinic, and they gave us the specifics about what did they like about the visit to the clinic. Most of our clients are sending samples most of the year. So these clients have been there for many years. The clinic started working in 2005. So we have clients for 10 years. So these feedback from the customers are very important for the reports that we do in the clinic, because we can tell the percentage of clients that have respond positively to the work that we do, or if they have any specific comment about how to improve any parts of our protocols or our reports. So these are very important documents in the time to producing reports and to see the impact that the clinic has in the island. So you see in the lower part, that's just a log where it says who has sent the customer feedback and the name and the date that was received. The next form, the next slide, please. Our personnel, how about our personnel that works in the clinic? So we receive graduate students, sometimes we have new personnel. So these training records are very nice to have for the different people that work in the clinic, because it's a very clear steps on what's important to talk to them about before they start working in the clinic. Safety issues, as well as in some of them, we included even dress codes, the use of cellular phones. So I like these forms because it is a very straightforward document where our personnel knows exactly what's important for the clinic, and that's what they receive the training in. The next slide. In the next slide, it shows also the trainings, the specific trainings that the personnel has been taken in different workshops, conducted in different areas for the specific pathogens or specific topics. And this is a very good record for the clinic to see how well the personnel is prepared for different pathosystems, to work with different pathosystems. And then I have the next slide where I am showing in the next slide what are the current efforts at the clinic. So we have some short-term goals and long-term goals. So we want to introduce the culture of quality when testing the nurseries, the citrus nurseries. So we want to provide to the citrus growers or the citrus owners of nurseries, the ones that collaborate with us, data sheets and protocols for scouting. We want to organize laboratory days instead of field days, where we have the citrus growers coming to the clinic and to see how do we do when we test the citrus plants. How long does it take? How much does it cost? in these laboratory days, we want the growers as collaborators to become more familiar with what we do, and then for them will represent a very important step in understanding the difficulties of testing a lot of plants at the same time and doing it properly. The cost of the kits. Some of the kits are $780 for 48 samples, and they don't know about the cost. So when they know how we do it and the cost, this will add a value to the product, to the plants. So when they sell the plants and they are tested plants, they know how we do it and how it's done and the cost. So the value of the plant is going to increase in terms to all the process that is involved in testing plants to be able to sell healthy plants to the public. So the goal is to engage the citrus growers in documenting also regular practices that they do in the nurseries. They have the notebooks, they have, the information everywhere. This person has this, and the manager has other data. When I go there and say, what are the nutritional, amendments that you are doing? Where is the scouting of the insects? What pests do you have? So it has one person, the other person knows just by memory. So I don't like that. I want to, if we're going to work in a partnership with the growers, we want to have everything documented, then they know the same information as we know, and they become part of what we're doing, and that will improve the understanding of all the problems that they have in the nurseries in order to improve the management of the different insects, or also you don't have to avoid problems when growing the citrus plants. So this is going to take time, but we want to do this with the 3 larger nurseries in Puerto Rico that are collaborators in the Citrus Clean Plant Network. So we also want them to use traps to scout insects. Some of them are familiar, but they don't know exactly when to change the trap, how to monitor the different insects. So we're going to train them. So this is like in the short term, as well as have some of these protocols in a flyer or in a specific publication friendly to the growers. And in the long term, encourage the citrus nurseries to manage the nurseries with quality during the production and marketing. In other words, they have to have documents and they have to have forms that are applicable and they are practical for them and also for us. So all this is going to probably happen after many years, but we have to start with something. And probably in the future, like they do in ornamental plants, implement traceability of the citrus plants in the nurseries. And the last slide, I have a form that we prepare for them before they send samples to the clinic for testing the citrus plants. So we have a form where we have the date and we have the block that they should identify. They have usually blocks of 1,000 plants each. And then we want to know what's the rootstock, what's the scion, and the source. Some of them are importing from Florida, some of the badwood. So we want to know all of that. And I think this is the last slide. And in the next one, I just want to show one of the helpers in the nurseries that collect the samples with us. And then if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
I can't. I'm having trouble unmuting.
Is there any question?
questions for Consuelo?
Are there any questions?
Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, I'm unmuted now. I apologize. I was having trouble unmuting my account. Thank you very much, Consuelo, for your presentation. And it looks like we can go ahead and begin. Kevin, are you ready to present your presentation?
Yes. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Great.
You want me to run my presentation, or are you going to pull up the slides on your end?
Are you able to go ahead, Steve?
I can.
Okay.
Right. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay. Let me do. I think not. My computer have a T, so it won't pull up the sets. That would be great.
Okay. 1 second.
Of having a computer with a lot of security on it. While the slide sets are getting up, I just want to share with you a little bit. When I was asked to share about our experience as part of NCPN, so I run an outfit that has several entities in it. One is the Texas Plant Disease Diagnostics. And so just to give a little history of and quality management. We can go to this. We'll start with that.
Okay, and just 1 second, we are getting a little bit of feedback with you, Kevin. Steve, should we ask him to turn his video
maybe
off?
turn your video off just in the beginning. I think we're getting a little bit of clipping for some reason.
Yes, it is on my end. Thank you.
The volume, the
Hey, Kevin. Actually, Kevin, sorry to interrupt you. Why don't you turn off your video? Let's try one more time. Let's just see. We're getting a little bit of bandwidth challenge. There we go. Let's give that a shot. Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. So as I was saying, the Plant Disease Diagnostic Lab, we got our accreditation full accreditation in 2017, in August of 2017. But our history with quality management didn't start with in fact, actually a few things such as ISO 17025 or the ISO 9000. One of the reasons when it started was, short of it was, we could not afford ISO accreditation. And there were some good opportunities with STARDI. It was part of the National Plant Diagnostic Network. So we actually had cooperation and collaboration with like-minded labs, folks that do diagnostics. The other thing that we got out of it was the fact that we got recognition, and this is particularly true with university administrators. And it also gave us an opportunity to have accountability within our unit, which is the Plant Disease Diagnostic Lab, but also accountability within the National Plant Diagnostic Network with other labs. So that was some of the opportunities that STARDI gave to the Plant Disease Diagnostic Lab. Let's move on to the next slide. So I want to share with you the good things and the bad things of of what this quality management system allowed us to do, and also what are some of the things that, as NCPN gets more and more into it, to keep in mind. First of all, STARDI was affordable to the plant disease diagnostic lab. Training was provided, and it seems at this point with NCPN, training is provided with what you had this morning with Kathy, and then experiences with Karen. It did provide us a formal framework for onboarding. In other words, the document templates were there. For us, was the biggest challenge was getting it into that format. We were one of those that had already a somewhat of a different format, and so we had to do a little bit of adapting. Now, these are the things that we're still dealing with and have dealt with, and is still going to deal with in terms of costs. It takes time to get things going, and it takes time to keep it going. Just to give you a sense of the cost that we conservatively incurred. So you have to understand the plant clinic did have somewhat of an informal system based on ISO going into the STARDI quality management system and the accreditation process. And so with that, we actually had something. But even then, we spent about one person, one FTE doing full-time paperwork for about 3 months. So organization and formatting. And I had roughly 2 staff members spending an average about 4 hours per day for a period of about 2 years, getting documents, making sure the lab is up to snuff. So that was upfront. Now, in addition to that, we now have about roughly about 2 staff members spending about, I would say 4 hours or so a month on internal audits. That's just to keep up with things. That is a huge challenge for us because we're not a big outfit. We, and we got, what do I have? 3 staffers, and that keeps changing out. That's high turnaround. So the challenge there is continuity and keeping up with the documents, making sure folks know where the documents are, what to do when you have to deal with preventative, what we call the PARs and the CARs, the preventative action and the corrective actions, as well as updating the documents. So we're trying to always do a better job with that. But I can say that one of the big bonus, or at least benefit, that we get out of there, this accreditation process, is documents, training documents, particularly useful to help onboard new staffers, new student workers, and so on. So it does save us some time and money in terms of onboarding. So let's go to the third slide. So let's talk about the NCPN part of my operation. That is the Applied Research Unit. It is a separate, we're in a separate building, separate outfit, lab, and a different person overseeing the operations there. So the part of the Applied Research Unit is not STARDI accredited. So one of the things that I want to again hammer in is we sort of compartmentalize. The scope of the STARDI accreditation was the diagnostic side, which we did, and that covers the service portion of the lab. Part of the Applied Research Unit that does the NCPN work screening. Although we are not STARDI accredited, the fact of the matter is the documentations, the practices that have been applied and implemented at the Plant Disease Diagnostic Lab, College Station, is also applied. So it's kind of saying, with some operations is, yeah, we're doing organic, but we're not certified organic. So we are practicing quality management practices, but we are not accredited. So some of the examples of things that we do at the Applied Research Unit, and I also want to stress here, because of the scope or the focus of the NCPN work, which is ROSES, the number of documentation is much less than in a diagnostic clinic, and it is in some cases a lot more detailed for certain types of documentation. Documentation of diagnostic protocols, that's much easier for us on the NRO side, because it was agreed that we were going to screen 6 viruses that are economically important. And some of you on this call actually helped provided us with some positive controls. So we do have a documentation on how we do those testing. And in fact, a number of those tests, it's harmonized protocols with what Foundation Plant Services at UC Davis is doing. So we keep that, and we try and make sure that protocols are updated or at least reviewed annually. Lab operations, how we record things, or keep a record of materials that was tested, materials that may be used in testing. That we have procedures to do that. We still could do a little bit better in terms of client response and scope of activity documentation to show who we serve, how we serve, and how to measure impact of that. And what I would mention is what's helpful is the few documents that we have on onboarding. When we have a new student worker, what XYZ that has to be done so that they can start doing the testing in a manner that we can have some confidence that they're doing it correctly. So keep in mind here, even though the Applied Research Unit is not study accredited or not accredited with quality practices, we do practice quality. Utilize the I guess you could say tenet of the quality management system. So in one sense, as we move into an NCPN look into having a formalized accredited quality management system, I think it is very useful in terms for recognition, initially by the university, but hopefully it goes beyond that people realize that there is some accountability factor to help us, to help them know that what we do, they can have confidence in the fact that we are actually looking out and making sure that they get a quote unquote clean plant. So that's what I want to share with you about our experiences, coming from a perspective of the NPDN side operation, and then what we're doing on the NCPN side of the operation. And if you guys, have any questions that might pop up in the future or so on, you're welcome to email me and ask me stuff. So I'm going to quit here because I think my time is up. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. We will offer it up for any questions at this time. We'll give it a minute to see if anyone has any questions before we move on to the next portion of our presentation.
Yeah, Kevin and Consuelo, this is Dave Proker speaking. I was going to ask you both, as you complete your processes, I'm wondering whether you go back and see if you can actually reduce the burden or the need for capturing data by only taking the most essential. So I'm not sure, Consuelo, after using your technique for a while, I see that you're actually writing things down on documents. Have you gone back and looked to modify those forms to make sure that you're only collecting the most critical data? And Kevin, I'm going to ask you too, have you actually improved your data collection to make sure that you're not taking more data than you need? Back to you for debate.
Yes, Dave, this is I'll answer to that. Over the years, as we have implemented some form of quality management, and then through the STAR-D process, the the forms that we use, and we do capture data that we feel that we need. We have come up with little ways of how to better do things in terms of a process. Most of our improvement has been incremental improvement in the flow of onboarding process. Another incremental improvement that we have been working on, which we haven't fully quite implemented yet, has been an electronic document management system where rather than trying to by hand keep up with version control, that it can all be done electronically. Hopefully that helps answer a little bit about what improvements have been implemented since accreditation.
Consuelo, did you have any inputs also on that point? Back to you. Well, Consuelo, as we're getting your attention, I bring this up, colleagues, because in addition to quality, the Clean Plant Network had a special initiative meeting on data management. In the group, as they discussed data management and where they wanted to go, one of the discussions they had was what is the minimum amount of data that the Clean Plant Network should take about each a session or a piece of plant that comes into the system. So they were debating that so they could get some kind of uniformity across all the centers. But they were looking at the minimum pieces of information that every laboratory should keep on the material coming in. Back to you for debate.
Great. Thank you for bringing up those points in your question, Dave. Unless we have any further questions, we'll go ahead and move on to the next portion of the presentation. And we will pass it over. Eric and Dave, are you ready to present?
Yes, Sarah, thank you. We are. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. And will you be sharing your screen, Eric, or did you need us to do it on our end?
I'm going to try to do it on my end here. There it goes.
All right. We see you, Dave.
Let's give this a go. Very good. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Hey, thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thanks ever so much, Sarah. Thanks, everybody. First and foremost, what I'd like to do is just thank everybody for the opportunity to come into your homes, come into your places of work, and share a lot of this really neat information about quality, especially NCPN quality, and how that is becoming manifest within our program. A special note of thanks, Irene, to you, and Fatima, to you, Sarah, to you, as well as Patrick, Sheil, and David for all of the work that you've been doing with NCPN for all of these years, and especially in the area of quality. And also to you, Karen and Don, for your continued friendship and support from the National Plant Diagnostic Network regarding us in NCPN, and a lot of your colleagues, folks like Jim Stack and others, all the way on through. And before I say a final note of thanks, what I'd like to do is recall a little story to you. You know, I've been working variously in agriculture for about 45 years, one way or another. And I started my career as a forester, attached to the Royal Forest Department of the Kingdom of Siam of Thailand. And one of my early postings while over there was up into the mountains of northwestern Thailand, up along the frontier with Burma. Oftentimes when we needed to communicate with the Home Office, the only way to do that was by post. So we would write a letter, and because of where we were, oftentimes the only way for the post to move was initially in a saddlebag with an elephant. The post would then move down to usually a water source, a river, where a riverboat would pick it up and take it to a proper road, and then by motor vehicle, ultimately on its way to Bangkok. Process would take 5 to 7 days. When the rains came, 7 to 10 days, sometimes a little bit more. In the process of working up there, we opened up roads. And following very quickly was the telegraph. And I said, wow, it really doesn't get much better than this. I mean, what took us 10 days now could be done in 12 hours. And for those of you that know how a telegraph works, it isn't simply sending a message, but it goes from one place to another place to another place, oftentimes through multiple languages. In Thailand, it would go, let's say, from English through French, which was the official foreign language, sometimes through Chinese on its way to Thai, and then to Bangkok, and then reversed on its way back. And again, I thought, wow, this is really great. And I was sitting here today and just looking around and realizing how through the magic of electrons, we've been able to all come together, so many of us, so efficiently for such a wonderful period of time. And with that, what I'd like to do is to our friends in Cisco WebEx, to thank you. And this is Steve to you, Crystal to you, your colleague Chris, and others, for really helping us with this new technology and taking us to where it is we need to go. This really is the wave of the future. Personally, I like to say that, at least for me personally, you've taken me from elephants to elegance, and we appreciate that ever so much. And with that, I'd like to talk to you all just a little bit about quality as it's seen through the lens of this new draft NCPN strategic plan. Let's talk a little bit more about where we are, where we might go, and how we might get there going forward. Now, we have to start by talking a little bit about the complexity of the National Clean Plant Network. This is something that a lot of our presenters have spoken to you about. Our colleagues in the National Plant Diagnostics have spoken to us about as well. You know, but the network, but NCPN is a network of clean plant centers and allied programs. We are located at universities, at US government agencies, not-for-profit entities, and we have a mission. But the mission is broad. It's diagnosing for plant pathogens in mother or nuclear stock. And then ultimately, and this is critical, it's almost unique to what the network does, applying therapeutics. So you can see it isn't just diagnostics that we're talking about relative to quality, it might be therapeutics as well. And then ultimately maintaining this material somewhere, plant foundations. So a third possibility for us to have to explore, you know, we acquire this material, we increase the material, or we give it to industry for their increase. And that's an important thing to remember. At the end of the day, it's industry that's our primary clientele. Plus, we engage in things like governance and in other things like special initiatives, of which quality, although quality is found everywhere, it's also manifests in us organizationally as a special initiative. So what you can see here is quality is a complex system that we, or NCPN is a complex system into which we are now bringing this question consciously of quality. We're not going to go through the organizational chart, but just a visual way of essentially showing you how complex we actually are. If you look at the middle of the slide on the right-hand side, you see quality there, quality working group. And under that, something that Dr. Prokum mentioned, the data management focus area that we started with our discussion with quality, again, with collaboration with our friends from the National Plant Diagnostic Network so many years ago. I guess the take-home message in all of this is, as we launch further into quality, and I think that our colleagues in NPDN had mentioned this to us with, and some good counsel, is we have to figure out, and maybe taking it in small chunks, what is it that we can do and focusing on those small chunks as we move further forward. Let's talk about quality in the strategic plan. On the left-hand side, you see the frontispiece for our strategic plan. It's in draft fashion. We've taken a number of years to develop it, working with members of the Clean Plant Network, as well as those of us on the management team, including Sarah, David, myself, Tammy Coulter, admin officer. An important thing to remember here, to keep in mind, or at least to highlight, is that quality does appear as one of our 5 vision statements. Our vision statements talk about quality, talk about service, it talks about connectivity, about empowerment and sustainability. And here we say that we believe that, you know, in setting, you know, standards, following quality standards for the production of our clean plant material. You know, we talk about the fact that our clients should be confident in what they are receiving from us. And that's an important key point. For us, quality is most evident or most necessary in making sure that what we give back to the client is in fact the highest quality that we can produce. And that we have an attention to details, especially to support our Start Clean, Stay Clean mantra. And this is important for us as we help advance American agriculture. So you can see again, quality is a standard there, a part of our vision that we're moving towards. All right, let me just do something here quickly. In the draft strategic plan, which will be a plan from 2021 through 2025, we see a series of at least 8 guiding principles that speak to quality. And this is not unique to to this plan, but we actually saw some of these guiding principles in our old plan, the old plan of 2007, which we had operated under for many years. We talk about program quality coordination. It's the formalization of the initiative. And most importantly, it's making a plan for what it is that we would like to do as we move forward, keeping in mind that we are a very, very diverse network. We are small in size, but diverse and complex. That plan will help us figure out where it is we are, where it is we would like to be, how it is we get there, what goes first, second, third. We need to cooperate. NCPN is all about collaboration, establishing collaboration, and some of the mechanisms we could use to do that in quality would be things such as continuing to pioneer our needs for standards and protocols, working together to establish these basic kinds of informative documents that will help us as we move forward. Team building is extremely important to us. Again, establishing a quality initiatives working group. As Dr. Osman had mentioned to us, and Dr. Largi had mentioned to us as well, we've already done stuff like install a steering committee, and we are beginning to build this team with members, all of which will serve an advisory capacity to the network as we move forward. We need people. We need people in the process. Coordinators, managers, reviewers, all of these are important. How we get there is something that we need to discuss and we need to debate as we move forward. But at the end of the day, it's people that make this entire system work. We can't forget perhaps the most important thing to NCPN, and that's the quality in our products to industry. We have to ensure that we have the highest quality of material moving forward. When we exist under statute by Congress, there's a place in the Plant Protection Act that speaks to us specifically. And it's really clear in there that the Congress says, get good material out to your stakeholders. If you don't do that, there's no real reason for us to exist. That's a prime. Program reviews are very, very important for us to improve the program, to improve our places, to improve our products. We do that by a variety of ways of talking with each other, working with each other, helping us by looking over each other's shoulders and moving forward. Communications, of course, is very important. We have an education outreach communications working team that helps us quite a bit. Again, as a network, we have to continue to advance the connections we have internally, which is to some extent what we're doing now, and externally as well. And then ultimately, we see quality as a comprehensive package. It is in everything that we do. Let's talk a little bit about quality as it appears in a series of perspectives that we'd like to talk to you about. These are a series of 9 perspectives that as we look at our strategic plan, as we engage in discussions with you, with our colleagues that work in matters of quality, as we attend these meetings and others that speak about quality, we see 9 perspectives surfacing relative to how NCPN might move forward on the question of quality. One, again, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier, team building. To build an NCPN quality program working group. This is the group that would lead us, but it's not the group that makes the final or absolute decisions all the time. It's the group that seeks input and advice and counsel, continues to formulate that the best as we can, implements it, goes back. Again, constantly seeks the attention that they need to seek in order to get the input that they need to have. And along with this group, to establish leadership. and to include a broad spectrum of thinking and flexibilities into what quality actually means for us. Planning is extremely important. I can't tell you how many times Dr. Procrum David has told us this, and it's absolutely true. If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. That's something that we need to really try to avoid. We need to assess what our concepts are, what our positions are, what our needs are. We need to collect data and then develop a roadmap to move forward. And this is something that we constantly need to do. A good plan is never really done. It's always living, always testing itself. We need to provide NCPN with a quality program, mission, and strategy. That's extremely important. We need to get a sense of what all of this means to us. We need to articulate the plan internally and externally, and ultimately communicate it, compromise as we need to compromise, and adjust it as we move forward. People are extremely important to the National Clean Plant Network. We do need a variety of people. What kind of people we need and how they will fit into us is going to be extremely important. Coordinators, managers, reviewers, advisors, stakeholders, all of these in some measure provide for us the prime experience, not just in quality, but in economics and education outreach, all the way through what all of you do on the bench. What does NCPN need? These are things we always need to ask ourselves. Where is it needed? And perhaps very, very important, I don't know if it's most important, but very important, what's actually affordable? Let's talk a little bit more now, going to the area of standards and protocols. We need to lead in the question of developing and establishing various basic program gold standards. These need to be voluntary benchmarks for where we would like to be with our labs, with our foundations, with our governance, with all kinds of initiatives. And again, we don't see quality as simply a question, let's say, of therapeutics. We see quality as a manifestation that could affect us all the way through the process. But we need to be very careful as we establish standards and protocols. And this question goes all the way back to 2007, to our original strategic plan. We need to ensure that they are locally applicable, that they are attainable, that they are scalable, and most importantly, they need to be inspirational. They need to be encouraging. They must be flexible. Training is extremely important. That's part of what we're doing here today. We found that training is very, very popular because it brings people together to talk about this very important point. And again, we need to assess the needs of our laboratories for this. We need to expand training beyond perhaps diagnostics into things such as our foundations, what that means to us, to our special initiatives to administration. We need to establish training programs, drawing on the various available resources that are out there. Again, we're fortunate to have a council of the experiences of our colleagues in the National Plant Diagnostic Network. There may be others out there that are wrestling with this question. How can all of this come together to help us go to where it is we need to go? Part of the training, again, we work to develop agendas, to develop the content and the processes to move forward. Hopefully forthcoming are action items, and then ultimately the outcomes of all of what it is we do here. Accreditation is an important aspect of something for us to consider. We need to investigate what existing initiatives are out there. We need to ask critical questions. What works? What doesn't work? If it works, why? If it doesn't work, why not? How does this apply to us? Again, we see our program as initially a voluntary initiative. Folks will not be compelled to go into an accreditation initiative. We're hoping to be inspirational, to be aspirational, to bring folks in that way. And I say that because the statute that created us, when Congress opined as to what we are to do, they said, be inclusive. We understand that that means bring as many in as are necessary to work on clean plant initiatives. Yet at the same time, we understand quality is extremely important. How do we do all of that? Again, aspirational, scalable, affordable. We need to determine and then redetermine needs as time goes by. We need to collaborate with others to in this pursuit, to check on ideas, to look at efficiencies, to check on resourcing and how it is we make all of this work. Reviews. There was some talk here today about program reviews. In the Clean Plant Network, we see reviews in a variety of ways. Is a part of an accreditation program the necessity to have reviews? Yes, it is. But I would venture to say that we can also engage in reviews outside of an accreditation program. Reviews sponsored oftentimes by the center itself, by the program itself, that says, I would like to have some friends look over my shoulder and give me a sense of whether or not I can improve on certain things. These are things we can actually begin right away. These reviews might be periodic, they might be as needed, they might be situational assessments with the opportunity for advancement options of our clean plan centers. One of the things we could do in a quality team is to maybe establish, develop, recommend reviewing plans. Talk about the purposes for these reviews, the processes, and even who might participate. A number of you on this call actually have helped us with that in the past, and we'd like to do more of that moving forward. Collaboration, and again, I can't hammer home enough how important collaboration is. That is what the Congress told us to do. We need to engage with other networks, such as our friends in the National Plant Diagnostic Network, the Sentinel Plant Network, other networks, to build what we might see as a comprehensive, foundational, and coordinated management platform for quality. I would venture to say we could and should not do this alone. There are others out there that are working. We need to grasp the opportunities to collaborate with them, with the idea of potentially all working to come up with a standard platform that we can all agree upon to contribute to that as we have an opportunity to, and to pull from it as to what we need to have. And again, we need to advocate for multiple sources of resourcing to make quality work. Quality, I think from what we've heard, can be an expensive initiative. How do we resource this? Using some of the resources of the Clean Plant Network and other possibilities that we have out there as we move along. And again, as a networking question, relationships are extremely important as we move forward in all of this. Relationships to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And again, we see some of that with Kathy Birch, Pat Steele, and others. With our states, that's extremely important, and with each other. And again, we need to link NCPN to USDA and state-sponsored quality management programs to seek advice, to seek support, to seek counsel, to give us a sense if we're going the right way, to give us a sense of if we need to change things, to maybe pat us on the back if we're moving in a way that seems to be agreeable and sensible to a lot of our friends out there. And again, we need to balance the NCPN quality initiative with our friends, with the USDA, with states, with the sensibilities of our local clean plant centers regarding important things like program value, its doability, and its resourcing. So again, these are all important questions as we move forward. This is something that Dr. Osman, Dr. Lawaji had showed us a little bit earlier. I know it's something that we'll come back to as we discuss questions. But again, how should we pursue NCPN quality initiatives? Which way should we go in all of this? Should quality be a national network endeavor? Is quality an individual effort, a team effort? Is it both? Do we need a plan, a roadmap to help direct us? What have our centers done so far? How can we ensure that our program is inclusive, that it's practical, that it's scalable? We constantly have to ask these questions. Are there partnering opportunities with other entities out there? Again, we know that our colleagues in the National Plant Diagnostic Network are willing and able to partner with us. We're grateful for that. Are there other opportunities out there as well? How far can we go with quality, and what might quality look for us as we go forward? And again, this is an ongoing discussion. Just to kind of bring this again to the very end, we discuss these kinds of things on a very regular basis in this little fledgling steering committee that we're starting to build with quality, and even among us and with our governing board. Quality to us, it's not so much a destination as it is really a journey towards continuous improvement. And I think we heard Kathy Birch in particular tell us about this. I very much like the step up to quality question, 11 steps. And you don't have to feel bad because you've never made it to 11. Many of us will never be able to make it to 11, but you might be able to get to 4. And that might be really something that we need to aspire to. And again, with that, I'd like to again thank you all for journeying with us in this really bold experiment we call the National Clean Plant Network. When we got started back again by the Congress in 2008, 2009, the gray heads tell me that we really weren't supposed to go more than 4 or 5 years. We're supposed to be a flash in the pan. But something wonderful, I think, happened along the way. And it happened not because of David or Sarah or myself or Patrick or Kathy, the other federal. It really happened because of you. You got inspired. You got inspired because you were developing clean plants. Your diagnostics were getting better. Your therapeutics were getting better. There was funding. You were coming together and talking with each other. And then we challenged you a little bit, and we started to engage in education outreach and talk about economics. I mean, what's the value of a clean plant? Why should a farmer even do something like this? And now over to the area of quality. And we inspired the Congress. I think we scared a lot of folks into the fact that this might be something that people want to engage in. In 2014, the Congress made us permanent. They gave us a permanent base of funding, and the rest is history. We're here to stay. The question now to all of you is, how can we get better? And with this, Sarah, Steve, I will turn it back over to you, and I will stop sharing.
Actually, Eric, would you mind continuing to share? We like
that. How to stop. All right.
I know. We like the one slide that you had, the next to last slide. So if you can go back to that, we thought this might be a good slide to keep up for the Q&A piece. Does that work for everyone? Fatima, Irene, is that good?
Perfect.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Eric, for your presentation, and thank you to all of the presenters who gave their time today. A lot of valuable information, a lot of quality information. So it was great hearing from everyone. At this point in time, we have scheduled some time for conversation, questions, answers, as well as a general conversation over some of the questions that are posed on the screen. Fatima, Irene, did you want to say anything else about the Q&A session before we begin and open it up to the audience?
You know, Sarah, thank you very much. We just want to, wrap up this webinar before the question and answers, and just put some of our 2 cents into the whole webinar and the whole concept of quality. So first of all, on behalf of myself and Irene as the leads for this initiative, we'd like to thank you for participating in this first quality webinar. I guess the first one in the age of coronavirus. So many more to come. I don't think so. I hope not. We thank the presenters for delivering a very clear understanding of quality concept. Kathy and Karen were really very good as usual. Others have shown, like Kevin and Consuelo, have shown how quality management improved their quality in their own setting. Kevin and Consuelo were very generous in telling us the pros and cons, which was really will give us a chance to improve, or when we design our quality plan, to really take these points into consideration. We thank the management team for clearly giving us the network perspective and how we're going with this quality, while definitely embracing the NCPN identity. So on this subject, the take-home messages that we would like to leave you with is that you have to think of quality as performing or doing better in your own setting, whether it's in your lab, in diagnostics, in your therapy or distribution processes, or even in the way you manage your day-to-day administrative activities in your center. If you acknowledge that you have, that you could do better or than this specific NCPN quality plan that is designed by all of us as a network colleague, will be the format or will be the vehicle to help you to do so. So as you, I mean, this is another reiteration from our very first introduction, that NCPN Center within the 7 different commodities, this is distributed around all over 30 different locations. We are very diverse and different in our capacity, in our size, and even in our nature of products that we produce. Therefore, we can never ever have be a one size fits all approach to quality when we adopt it to NCPN. So it's critical to develop this quality plan that all members of NCPN commodity participate in developing it. It represents all this diversity. It's adaptable to all NCPN center, whether you're a very large, complex center dealing with a couple or more commodities, or you're a smaller center with minor NCPN activities. we have to emphasize that the plan will be very flexible, meaning that the individual NCPN center can choose from the quality plan what parts they see is adaptable to their own processes. And the develop NCPN quality plan will provide the format and the help for you to improve your processes, the ones you chose from the plan. The plan is, there's also a very important thing to emphasize. It will be scalable and adaptable to any size of centers. So centers can define what portion of quality they would like to have. So basically, those are the two, emphasis that I would like to leave you with. And if you think about, if we have two centers, for example, that are sharing similar activities through communication or through networking, all the centers can help each other, whether in sharing documents and sharing SOPs. I have to give like one example that I found, very beneficial in NCPN networking, which is when we had the coordinator unite, the education outreach at that point, and we had new members of coordinators coming on board. We created this share, a drive, and we helped them with all the process of how we start the proposal, how we write the emails. And I think this is how the network should go. It's purely networking, and I think Irene will definitely emphasize on this point right now. So.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank you all again for participating and powering through this full day, full webinar on quality. And what I'd like to say is that as we debated how we could move forward, we anticipate that the NCPN quality program would really be the result of networking. And that would be the manifestation of the collective effort made through the astute use of ad hoc working teams, really. So the term gold standards that we've all referred to, and Eric has referred to in his talk, should not sound intimidating, because they should be inspirational and aspirational and flexible. They should not be prescriptive, and they should be voluntary. You are the players. You will define what you need. You will draw the plan. You'll say what may or may not be useful, and you will decide which piece, if any, to take and implement. And most importantly, I believe that this exercise performed at different levels will bring us together as a network and really strengthen our cooperation. So you've heard of this idea of creating ad hoc teams for a diverse group of NCPN members within the 7 commodities, and to get involved and help out in all future efforts of this quality plan is really, really our priority. And one of the outcomes of this webinar is that we definitely like to see is to identify people who want to get involved in these teams and networking exercise. And I promise it can be very rewarding. Earlier we shared with you, a question slide, which is the one that is up on the screen right now, yes? And I would like to bring you back to those questions to open the conversation. And I would really ask you not to be shy and just ask the question, participate. We are here to serve you. And ultimately, that's what the program needs to do. It needs to serve the people. It needs to serve the network. Thank you for your attention.